Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, where imagination floats you softly into dreamland. Breathe, rest, and sleep.
I am Owen Thorne, and I welcome you to this soft interlude of story and rest. In a moment, you will travel to Mount Olympus, where the snow-laden summit glistens under a star-swept sky. For now, let your shoulders drop and your breathing slow, releasing tension with each gentle inhale, each calm exhale. Notice the softness in the air around you, imagining it as a tender, silvery hush that invites your body to unwind. As you listen, let this delicate feeling cradle you, guiding your thoughts away from the busyness of the day. Breathe in the peace. Breathe out any heaviness. The tale ahead whispers of ancient gods, serene starlight, and the quiet magic found high above the clouds. Take a moment to settle into comfort, whether you are lying down or reclined. Feel the surface beneath you, supportive and warm. Let your eyelids grow heavy. Let your arms and legs relax. Imagine a small glow in your chest, spreading warmth through your limbs, gently dissolving the remains of the day's concerns. Notice how each breath carries a deeper sense of calm, how it soothes the spaces around your heart and mind. As you sink further into this tranquility, know that you are safe here, carried by the soft lull of these words. Each sentence is meant to guide you into deeper rest. The story will soon unfold in your imagination, yet all you need to do is breathe, relax, and allow the journey to come to you, slowly and gently. High atop the world stood Mount Olympus, its snowy crown touching the night sky. Wispy clouds brushed against the rugged peaks, revealing flickers of starlight. The gentle breeze that wound through the ancient columns at the summit bore whispers of legends long past. In a sheltered hollow, just below the highest spire, a lone traveller arrived as dusk settled, seeking the quiet hush of divine presence. There was an unspoken welcome in the air, almost as if the mountain itself recognized a peaceful soul. The traveller, cloaked in a warm wrap of silvery wool, moved slowly over the pristine snow. Footsteps left the faintest of prints upon that glimmering surface, each indent soon brushed away by drifting powdery flakes. Now and again, the traveller paused to marvel at sculptures carved into the rock, graceful portrayals of gods who once walked these heights. Sparks of moonlight danced off columns and statues, making them glow with a timeless pearly radiance. Far above, the sky shimmered with an endless tapestry of stars. Constellations, once admired by ancient Greeks, now watched over this solitary figure, providing a soft canopy of light. The hush of the wind wrapped around the traveller's ears, its breezes holding quiet echoes of harp music from centuries long gone. Breathing deeply, the traveller sensed that the world was somehow simpler here, purified by the crisp mountain air and the silent guardians of myth. Long ago, Zeus himself was said to have perched on these heights, where thunderclouds gathered at his will. Yet tonight, there were no storms, only a tranquil hush. Snow settled gently across every surface, layering the peaks in a plush blanket of white. Crystalline flakes glistened whenever the moon peeked through a veil of clouds. Everything felt suspended, as though time had momentarily paused to let serenity fill the spaces in between each breath. Stepping further along a narrow path, the traveller came upon a wide plateau, its edges revealing a grand view of the valley below. Twinkling lights from distant villages dotted the darkness like fireflies across a tapestry. Soft breezes carried the faint smell of pine and distant cedar, mingling with the cool scent of fresh fallen snow. From behind a weathered marble pillar, an owl emerged, silent wings gliding in the moonlight before it vanished into the shadows again. The traveller found a sheltered spot beneath a gracefully arched column, remnants of a great temple that once housed sacred gatherings. This broken structure now served as a quiet refuge. The traveller knelt and laid out a small cushion, the material plush against the cold marble floor. Overhead, the sky felt infinite, a backdrop to wandering thoughts. In the stillness, every inhale felt like a soft invitation to let go of earthly cares. Stories say that on quiet nights you might sense the gentle watchfulness of Athena, or hear the faint ringing of Apollo's lyre in the drifting wind. Tonight, however, these gods and their echoes were subtle, like a soft memory left behind in the stones. The traveller relaxed against a pillar, gazing at the starlight shimmering on distant snowdrifts. Even the gentle stirring of the breeze felt like a sacred lullaby, caressing the cool marble in soft, melodic arcs. Far below, a hidden grove of olive trees sighed in the night air. Their leaves rustled in tender waves, each gentle sound carrying the hush of distant legends. Occasionally, a falling star left a pale streak across the heavens. The traveller's eyes followed those gleaming trails, admiring the ephemeral beauty that lit up the darkness for the briefest moment, then faded back into silence. In this place, no thought was rushed, no step hurried. The marble columns were etched with symbols of lightning bolts and eagles, subtle tributes to Zeus's dominion. But where once might have been mighty roars of thunder, the hush of snowfall now ruled. The traveller traced a fingertip over the faded carvings, feeling the delicate grooves in the stone. The touch connected realms of past and present, each breath bridging the stories of antiquity with the gentle heartbeat of the current moment. A subtle glow started to rise behind the mountain silhouette, the silver moon drifting closer to its zenith. This was the hour of deep night, where dreams took shape, and the veil between myth and reality grew thin. The traveller's mind filled with soft wonder, imagining how the gods might have gathered here, ambrosia in hand, starlight dancing on their robes, laughter echoing through the columns. Yet the traveller also sensed that the mountain's greatest gift was its quiet invitation to be still. Beneath an archway half buried in snow, a small pool reflected the moon's gentle light. Icicles hung like fragile chandeliers around the water's edge. Their crystalline tips dripped with shimmering droplets, creating a soft cadence as each droplet met the pool's surface. The traveller knelt beside it, mesmerised by the mirror of moonlight. A gentle breeze brushed across the water, stirring ripples that danced across reflections of a timeless sky. The traveller took a sip of water from a simple flask, letting the cool taste refresh the senses. It was at this tranquil hour that the traveller's eyelids felt heavy yet comforted, as though the hush of the mountain wished to lull every visitor into a peaceful slumber. Shadows of passing clouds slipped across the plateau, fleeting shapes that only accentuated the soft glow of the snow. In the stillness, a faint tinkling sound arose, as if tiny bells were carried on the breeze. Leaning closer to a half-buried altar, the traveller discovered a few scattered offerings, polished stones and dried flowers left behind by those who journeyed here before. Each item held a silent story of hope, gratitude, or reverence for the ancient powers that once ruled this lofty realm. The traveller smiled at these small tokens of devotion, touched by the gentle echoes of human faith. Just then, the clouds parted above, revealing the moon in its full splendour. Its beams illuminated the grand pillars with a soft, pearly radiance. The traveller observed how the columns seemed alive under that glow, each detail carved into them suddenly more vivid. Spirals, leaves, and mythological creatures etched with patient craftsmanship. The light also graced the traveller's cloak, turning its silvery threads into ribbons of moonlight dancing across the wool. Stepping away from the altar, the traveller paused near a low wall carved with images of the eagle, Zeus's sacred messenger. The golden aura that might have once marked these symbols was faded, but under the moon, the carvings held a quiet brilliance all their own. A sense of timelessness pervaded the air, as though the mountain existed between the swift current of modern days and the ancient river of myths. Seeking a new vantage point, the traveller moved gently around the perimeter, discovering a narrow corridor of arches still intact despite centuries of weather. Here, wind whispered through the hollows, creating a faint echo that rose and fell like distant chanting. Softly, the traveller made a bed of rolled blankets on the stone floor, placing a small lantern with a sheltered flame at one corner. The flame's glow merged kindly with the silvery gleam from the sky, layering the surroundings in a comforting radiance. Kneeling down, the traveller watched the flame dance in the breeze. The mild flicker cast shifting shadows along the arches. It was as though the silhouette of each ancient figure might momentarily spring to life. Yet the traveller felt no fear, only a calm acceptance that here, within the realm of the gods, each shadow was but an echo of stories told and retold across countless generations. Deep night enveloped the summit, and the hush grew even more profound. A gentle hum seemed to radiate from the stones themselves, as if they remembered the footsteps of gods who once called this peak home. In that stillness, the traveller's thoughts turned peaceful. Each breath was steady. The heart slowed into a restful rhythm, A soft, comforting ache spread through muscles tired from the climb, relieved now by the mountain's protective calm. To the east, the faint glimmer of dawn was still hours away. Above, the stars seemed to sway in patterns only they understood, forming a luminous web across the vaulted sky. The traveller thought of the old tales, how Pegasus soared among those constellations, how Artemis guided the moon's chariot across the heavens. The hush of the summit allowed such imaginings to settle gently in the mind, almost as if they were as real as the hush of the wind. With the final shift of the breeze, a soft swirl of snow drifted across the plateau. The traveller pulled the cloak closer. Tiny crystals glinted in the lantern light, swirling like stardust at the traveller's feet before drifting off into the dark. It felt as though the mountain was offering its own lullaby, a calm, swirling dance of light and snow, timeless and comforting. Slowly, the traveller lay down atop the folded blankets, gazing upward through the arches, where the sky stretched immeasurably. Thoughts began to blur, lulled by the deep quiet. Every now and then, the traveller caught a subtle melody in the wind, a suggestion of harps or the rustle of ancient garments. Memories flickered, glimpses of Greek heroes, shimmering corridors of marble, the triumphant beating of mighty wings. Yet these images were soothing rather than overwhelming, like long forgotten lullabies returning for a gentle visit. In the hush, it was easy to imagine a soft glow in the center of the traveller's chest, expanding like a warm sphere of tranquility. This glow reached outward to the arches, to the pillars, to the moonlit courtyard, until it seemed to embrace the entire mountaintop. The traveller sensed a kinship with the stones and the sky. They too existed in a serene dance, each an integral part of this lofty realm. For centuries, pilgrims and wanderers had come seeking guidance or solitude, leaving with hearts lightened by the mountain's silent gift of peace. Beneath the arcs of moonlit marble, the traveller's breathing grew gentle, in harmony with the rhythmic hush of the wind. The summit itself seemed to exhale, as if welcoming each visitor with open arms. Over centuries, the grand legends may have waned, yet the spirit of kindness and quiet wonder lingered, woven into every ridge and path. Tonight, that essence enveloped the traveller, cradling body and spirit in an otherworldly stillness. Sometimes, in the swirl of modern life, mortals forget to pause and truly listen. Yet, on this snowy summit, listening became effortless. The faintest creak of ice, the soft crunch of distant footfalls, even the gentle movement of air against a cloak. Each sound arrived as a gift, a nudge to stay present and calm. In that presence, the traveller felt a deep sense of belonging. The traveller's eyes drifted shut for a moment, only to reopen at the whisper of the wind. A gentle voice, carried in the breeze, seemed to say, "Rest here, dear wanderer, for the mountain holds you with care." Perhaps it was merely the mind's interpretation of the soft gust, but the traveller smiled, allowing that reassuring notion to settle warmly in the heart. In that acceptance, peace unfurled like a rose beneath the stars. Across the plateau, the columns stood like silent sentinels. Snow crowned their tops, making them resemble graceful candles in the vast darkness. The traveller watched the gentle flicker of the lantern, its flame unwavering despite the wind, as though shielded by the goodwill of the ancient gods. A profound hush draped over the scene, and every thought of daily life seemed to float away, replaced by the luminous quiet of this sacred height. With each moment, the traveller slipped further into repose. The hush of the summit filled the traveller's mind like soft mist settling over a valley. The traveller's chest rose and fell with unhurried ease, each breath dissolving any lingering tension. The peak itself seemed to watch over this solitary guest. In the calm of that watching, the traveller found an abiding sense of comfort and safety. Thoughts meandered through images of feasts in shimmering halls, cups brimming with nectar, the gentle laughter of immortals drifting under starlit ceilings. Yet these recollections were as soft as drifting clouds, light, feathery, and unintrusive. Every detail arrived as if carried by a warm, comforting breeze, guiding the traveller further into a realm of deep restoration. From the corner of one's vision, an owl glided by again, its graceful wings cutting through the silence without a sound. For a moment, it perched on the broken ledge, tilting its head in quiet observation before vanishing into the night. The traveller felt a fleeting connection, a subtle understanding that even in solitude, one was never truly alone on Olympus's snowy heights. Nature had its own gentle guardians, ensuring harmony across the stillness. Flurries of snow continued to float through the air in delicate spirals. The wind seemed to slow, as if not to disturb the traveller's calm. In that near silent hush, the stones beneath told tales of ancient footsteps, banquets, and roaring celebrations. Yet these were only distant echoes now. What remained was a lullaby of time, vast, continuous, and ever-present. The traveller breathed in that timelessness, felt it within each beat of the heart. Clouds drifted across the moon once more, dimming the plateau's light. Shadows merged with the snow, creating gentle shapes that swayed across the marble. The traveller, half dreaming, found wonder in each shift of shadow and glow. The hush was so complete, it almost hummed, a soft frequency of stillness that vibrated through the arches, along the ground, and finally settled in the traveller's bones. Another shooting star streaked across the sky, as if a final blessing from the cosmos. The traveller watched it fade into the darkness, letting that fleeting spark guide the mind ever nearer to restful dreams. The hush of the summit grew even deeper, welcoming the traveller's slow descent into slumber. In that quiet lull, each breath was like a whisper through the ancient halls of memory, gently calling for complete release. Softly, the traveller's eyes closed. The lantern's glow flickered one last time, then gently steadied, as if comforting the resting soul. All around, the summit cradled this peaceful moment. The hush settled like a warm blanket, draping the traveller's mind and heart with an invitation to dream. The marble columns stood watch, silent guardians of the night's serenity. In the far distance, dawn lay dormant. The wind carried only the lightest caress, careful not to wake the traveller. The snowy peaks shone faintly beneath a veil of starlight, a timeless realm where worries vanished as quickly as footprints in the drifting snow. The hush remained absolute, a promise of tranquility that lulled thoughts into soft stillness. Slowly, the night itself breathed a gentle sigh, as though approving of this well-deserved rest. No rush, no urgency, only the tender quiet of the mountain and sky. The traveller sank deeper, guided by the softness, each breath an echo of calm. Here, on the summit of Mount Olympus, the peaceful hush was the final lullaby, carrying the weary soul into deep, renewing slumber. And so, at the edge of myth and starlight, the traveller found complete repose. The gentle expanse of Mount Olympus, crowned in eternal snow, offered a night free from worry. Its silent blessing lingered in the air, ready to soothe any mortal who ventured there. May the hush of Zeus's snowy summit carry you too into the soft realm of dreams. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'd like to invite you on a journey into deep serenity and peaceful slumber. For the next little while, allow yourself to leave behind the busyness of the day. Let each breath guide you gently toward a softer place inside, one where you can set aside your worries and simply be. With every slow inhale, feel your lungs expand, taking in comfort and tranquility. With every long, soothing exhale, feel stress flowing away, like a gentle tide receding from the shore. Notice the weight of your body resting wherever you are, and acknowledge how the cushions, blankets, or bed beneath you support every inch of you without question. Imagine tension dissolving from your forehead, your temples, your jaw. Allow your shoulders to soften, your hands to loosen, and your spine to gently settle into a position that feels just right. Now, as you continue to breathe in and out, picture a vast, open ocean. Its surface shimmers in soft, moonlit tones, reflecting a gentle glow onto the horizon. The air around you feels warm and comforting, carrying the faint scent of sea salt and distant blossoms. You might hear the hush of waves rolling in the distance, a steady lullaby of nature inviting your mind to drift. Envision a horizon that extends as far as you can see, where the sky melts into the sea in a seamless blend of blues and silver. You are safe here, cradled by the rhythm of the water and the promise of a magical realm that awaits. In this moment, let your breath grow even slower. Your eyelids feel heavier. As you slide deeper into this peaceful state, imagine all thoughts and concerns drifting to the edges of your awareness, making room for gentle wonder. Far out on a turquoise expanse, a solitary traveller drifts on a small vessel made of smooth, polished wood. The vessel moves calmly, propelled not by oars or sails, but by an unseen force beneath the surface of the water. The sky above is clear and vast, illuminated by the soft light of stars that shimmer like tiny lanterns guiding the way. Warm breezes carry the faint aroma of sea foam and petals from hidden island groves, filling the traveller's senses with promises of wonder. Ahead, an island of ancient renown rises from the heart of the ocean, its shoreline a gentle crescent of shimmering sands. This is the mystical island of Atlantis, rumoured to be lost to time, yet somehow present in this hushed dimension of dreams. Like a secret whispered across ages, Atlantis emerges in the traveller's sight, its shapes and contours laced with moonlight. As the vessel nears the shoreline, the traveller notices a soft glow emanating from the heart of Atlantis. There, beyond the silky stretch of beach, a pathway of smooth stones leads deeper into the island's lush interior. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of water upon sand echoes the soft hush of a sleeping world. The traveller steps onto the shore, the sand cushioning each footstep with a pleasant warmth. Even beneath the light of the moon, palms and tropical flowers line the path, rustling in a breeze that seems to whisper encouragement. Every rustle of leaf and petal feels like a quiet greeting, as if Atlantis itself is welcoming this wandering soul. And there, amidst the tranquil hush of nature, a vast structure slowly comes into view. A shimmering palace, as if afloat on a hidden lagoon, radiating a subtle golden light. Standing on the edge of this lagoon, the traveller gazes upon the floating palace. Its foundation appears to hover just above the water, rippling reflections dancing across its crystalline walls. Soft arches and spires of white stone rise gracefully, each adorned with delicate shells, smooth pearls, and subtle carvings that whisper of centuries past. In the stillness of the lagoon, the palace seems suspended between the sea and the stars, a bridge between earthly realms and ethereal dreams. Gentle light emanates from within, not harsh or glaring, but warm, like lanterns glowing through a veil of dawn mist. The traveller feels an unspoken invitation to come closer, to explore this mystical haven that floats so effortlessly, defying ordinary boundaries. A hush falls over the traveller's thoughts, replaced by a quiet curiosity and a sense of gentle awe. Approaching the palace, the traveller notices the water around the structure is remarkably clear, allowing glimpses of coral gardens and swaying seagrasses beneath the surface. Small, brightly coloured fish glide in peaceful schools, their fins shimmering with faint luminescence. Perhaps it is the magic of Atlantis that bestows this radiant hue upon the marine life. Or maybe it is simply nature's artistry in its purest form. As the traveller steps closer to the base of the palace, a smooth set of steps emerges from the water's edge, guiding the way. Each step is made from mother of pearl, catching the moonlight and reflecting pastel rainbows onto the palace walls. With each gentle footstep, the traveller ascends toward the palace entrance, heart calm and spirit open, as if drawn by a lullaby that only the soul can hear. Inside the palace, a spacious hall stretches out like an underwater cathedral. Moonlight filters through tall windows of shimmering quartz, creating shifting patterns on the marble floor, patterns reminiscent of ocean tides or drifting clouds. There is a soft hum of moving air, as if the palace itself breathes in tandem with the sea. Pillars fashioned from translucent stone reflect the gentle luminescence, and intricate mosaics line the walls, telling stories of Atlantis' distant past. The mosaics depict golden days when knowledge, harmony, and nature thrived in unison, capturing scenes of people tending to vibrant gardens, dancing in celebration, and resting by quiet pools. The traveller glides through the hall with measured steps, absorbing the calm energy that reverberates in every corner. There is no rush here, only a gradual unveiling of serene beauty. Deeper within the palace, the traveller comes across a courtyard open to the starlit sky. The courtyard encloses a circular pool fed by a gentle waterfall trickling down carved stones. The water's surface glimmers with starlight, and delicate lotus flowers float lazily, their petals resting like silken whispers on the water. The air is sweet with the scent of night-blooming flowers, pale blossoms that open only under the moon's gentle beams. The traveller pauses to watch the waterfall, each drop catching the light in a hypnotic display. The sound of flowing water merges with the traveller's own breath, forming a soothing rhythm that invites deeper tranquility. This courtyard feels timeless, an eternal respite where the soul can pause and simply exist in a state of quiet wonder. As the traveller continues on, winding corridors reveal hidden rooms and arches that overlook the open ocean. In these alcoves, plush cushions and woven rugs provide soft places to rest, inviting one to linger and gaze upon the horizon. The palace's walls seem designed to invite the outside world in. Gentle breezes flow through open corridors, carrying the faint call of seabirds and the hush of distant waves. It is as if the building itself breathes in harmony with the natural rhythms of wind and water, creating a dance of motion and a stillness. Each corridor is lit with soft orbs of glowing pearl, which hover weightlessly above delicate sconces. Their glow changes in subtle gradients, shifting from gentle gold to mellow lavender, mimicking the slow progression of day to night. Even time feels slower within these halls, as though every moment stretches into a quiet eternity of calm. Eventually, the traveller arrives at a grand yet welcoming chamber, where tall windows open to reveal a panoramic view of Atlantis' oceanic paradise. Curtains crafted from gossamer drift softly, moved by the sea breeze. A wide chaise, upholstered with velvet, the colour of dawn sky, faces the open windows. The traveller settles onto this inviting seat, feeling an indescribable peace radiate throughout the body. Outside, the sea expands in every direction, still and luminous under the moon's watchful gaze. The traveller notices how the water's surface appears alive with silvery ripples, reflecting the sky's pinpricks of light like a field of tiny crystals. Somewhere in the distance, gentle music arises, an ethereal sound woven from the hum of tides, the whisper of wind, and the quiet pulse of the palace's ancient magic. This music caresses the traveller's senses, easing tension and opening the heart to deeper reflection. Memories of the day slip away in this moment of serenity. The traveller's mind grows quiet, lulled by the palace's rhythmic stillness. Within that hushed mindscape, a story begins to unfold, a tale whispered by the palace walls themselves, telling of Atlantis' ancient dawn. Long ago, wise beings tended to lush gardens brimming with fruits and fragrant blossoms. They lived in harmony with the ocean, learning from its cyclical tides and nurturing the life that thrived beneath the waves. Grand gatherings took place in shimmering halls where voices of scholars, poets, and healers united in a chorus of shared wisdom. There were no boundaries between land and sea, sky and earth, mind and spirit. Instead, these realms merged into a tapestry of radiant unity. The floating palace served as a seat of learning, a beacon of peace that welcomed all who sought understanding. With every gentle breath, the traveller feels a connection to this legacy of serenity and insight. In the palace's presence, burdens lighten. The traveller's gaze drifts across the windows, focusing on the horizon, where faint hints of pre-dawn light begin to show. Night's deep blue softens into a mild glow, revealing subtle details of the floating palace that were hidden by darkness. Delicate etchings on columns, hidden passages lined with sea glass, and gardens blossoming under starlight. The shift from night to dawn occurs at a leisurely pace here, as though the sun itself has chosen to move more slowly, inviting the world to soak in every bit of twilight magic. And so the traveller remains, nestled in quiet reflection, letting this realm envelop the senses and cradle the spirit. After some time, though time here is measured more by the pulse of the waves than by hours or minutes, the traveller rises and follows a faint trail of glowing shells embedded in the floor. They lead to another part of the palace where the ocean itself has been invited inside. In this space, a gentle tide flows under an arched walkway, carrying graceful sea creatures that twirl in the translucent water. The traveller pauses to watch luminous jellyfish drifting with languid elegance, their tendrils glimmering in pastel hues. Shoals of colourful fish swim between pillars, occasionally shimmering near the surface before disappearing into the watery depths. It is as if the boundary between land and ocean has been gently erased, allowing the traveller to walk alongside the sea in silent companionship. Further on, the traveller discovers a hidden garden. Instead of earthly soil, this garden grows from sand enriched by the ocean's gifts. Coral-like structures form archways, and in their crevices, exotic plants bloom. Some are shaped like tiny lanterns, glowing in soft purples and blues, while others have petals that look like pearly seashells. A quiet stream trickles through, guided by meandering channels carved into coral bedrock. Small birds with iridescent plumage flit among the foliage, releasing delicate chirps that echo through the garden. The air here feels alive with gentle energy, as though each plant, each pebble, and each droplet of water hums a faint lullaby of contentment. The traveller wanders along smooth pathways, feeling each step sink lightly into the warm sand, marvelling at how seamlessly the palace and nature exist together. In the centre of the garden stands a graceful sculpture, a woman with arms raised, offering a pearl to the sky. Legend says she represents the spirit of Atlantis, forever gifting wisdom to those who come with an open heart. The traveller pauses in front of the sculpture, noticing how the pearl in the statue's hands glows with gentle luminance. Rays of morning light now filter through an opening in the palace ceiling, illuminating the scene with a soft, golden hue. A sensation of warmth and reverence washes over the traveller. In that silent moment, the palace seems to speak through the hush of the wind and the distant flow of water, reminding all who enter of life's enduring beauty and the peace found in quiet surrender. Drawn onward, the traveller follows a spiral staircase carved from smooth stone flecked with mother of pearl. Each step resonates with a soothing vibration, almost like a gentle chime. The staircase winds upward, leading to a balcony perched high above the lagoon. From this vantage point, one can truly see how the palace appears to float, its curved edges blending with the shimmering water below. The balcony is draped in morning light now, the sun's rays playing across the horizon, painting the sky in pale oranges and soft pinks. Beneath that glow, Atlantis reveals more secrets: hidden coves, winding canals, and wave-kissed beaches. The tranquil sea extends beyond the island's edges, merging with an endless sky that cradles the realm in comforting stillness. The traveller lingers here, resting arms on the balcony's edge, breathing in the fragrance of salt air and sweet tropical blooms. A sense of gentle wonder fills the traveller's heart. No urgency, no demands, only the soft invitation to be fully present in this moment. From the balcony, one can hear seabirds calling in the distance, their voices clear yet soothing. The ocean's surface glitters under the early sun, sending tiny sparks of light dancing across the palace walls. This interplay of light and shadow, sea and sky, reminds the traveller of the delicate balance in all things. The more still one becomes, the more the subtleties of the world reveal themselves. A faint breeze carrying the scent of hibiscus, the quiet hush of waves in the lagoon, and the gentle warmth of sunlight that seems to hold the traveller in a tender embrace. Time seems to stretch, each minute an ocean of possibility, each breath a gentle tide that eases the traveller deeper into relaxation. After a while, the traveller descends and explores yet another wing of the palace, where luminous corridors give way to a wide, glass-like floor that allows a view straight into the ocean beneath. Here, the wonders of marine life continue their silent dance. Turtles gliding in slow motion, vibrant coral reefs swaying in the current, schools of fish shimmering in unison. The traveller walks slowly across this glass floor, mesmerised by the living tapestry below. It's as if the sea is sharing its hidden world, a realm that thrives in quiet acceptance of the rhythms of nature. Gentle waves lap at the palace's foundation, creating a soft vibration that resonates through the traveller's feet, calming, rhythmic, and harmonious, like a heartbeat that attunes the visitor to the pulsing life of Atlantis. Drawn back toward the heart of the palace, the traveller returns to the courtyard with the shimmering pool. Now bathed in the early rays of sunshine, the waterfall cascades through prisms of light, refracting small rainbows across the water. The lotus flowers, touched by sunlight, unfurl their petals further, revealing an inner glow that feels almost otherworldly. Sinking onto a smooth stone bench near the pool, the traveller closes their eyes for a moment, feeling the soft mist of the waterfall on the skin. Each droplet is cool and refreshing, a gentle reminder of the fluid magic all around. The hush of the courtyard, the subtle song of trickling water, and the cushion of warm stone beneath the traveller's body create a cradle of peace. In this space, mind and body align with the palace's quiet heartbeat, each inhale filled with calm, each exhale releasing any lingering tension. Time slips by without notice, and the traveller eventually becomes aware of a subtle beckoning from beyond the palace walls. Rising from the bench, they make their way through the grand hall, past translucent pillars, and out onto the sandy shores of Atlantis once more. There, the gentle lapping of the ocean welcomes the traveller back to the realm of open water. The floating vessel that brought them here gently waits, bobbing with the tide. Pausing at the water's edge, the traveller casts a final glance at the hovering palace, its arches glinting in the sun, its spires pointing toward the sky, like quiet prayers of peace. The memory of its halls, gardens, and hidden passageways fills the traveller with gratitude. Although it may one day fade from immediate sight, the solace it offered leaves an imprint on the traveller's heart, forever accessible through the gentle art of stillness and breath. Stepping into the vessel, the traveller settles into a comfortable position, letting the water carry them away from the island's shores. The vessel moves smoothly, a subtle current guiding it across the calm sea. In the distance, the palace remains visible for a while, a gleaming vision of white and gold floating above turquoise waters. Gradually, though, the outlines blur, becoming part of the vast expanse of sky and sea. Yet, the resonance of its peaceful presence lingers in the traveller's thoughts, like the last notes of a lullaby. As the vessel drifts further, the horizon opens up, the pastel colours of dawn gently giving way to brighter daytime hues. The breeze remains warm, the air comfortable, and the traveller drifts in a state of serene contemplation, carrying a sense of Atlantis' magic in the heart. Now, in the openness of the endless ocean, the traveller feels every muscle loosen, every breath slow, guided by the cradle of waves. There is no rush here, only the rhythmic, peaceful motion of nature, an eternal lull that calms the mind. The traveller closes their eyes, sensing the gentle rise and fall of the vessel. Faint birdsong, distant from the shores of Atlantis, mingles with the hush of the sea. Overhead, seagulls wheel lazily, their soft calls echoing across the water. The traveller breathes in the pure ocean air, exhaling any remaining tension. Though Atlantis is no longer in sight, its spirit of tranquility remains, woven into the traveller's very being. The ocean surface glistens like liquid crystal, and the traveller floats onward, enveloped in the mystic wonder of a world that now feels boundless and comforting. Eventually, the traveller's eyes grow heavy, lulled by gentle swaying and the memory of the floating palace. Thoughts become soft echoes, drifting through the mind like clouds in a peaceful sky. The day's tasks and memories lie far behind, replaced by the quiet hush of the sea and the soft glow of early morning light. A sense of profound calm settles over the traveller's body. Arms slack, shoulders relaxed, each breath a slow, steady rhythm. Even the heartbeat seems to align with the gentle rise and fall of the ocean. Soft breezes brush across the traveller's skin, and the hush of waves becomes an invitation to let go fully, to sink into a comforting silence where only the lullaby of water remains. In the traveller's heart, gratitude flickers. Gratitude for the majesty of Atlantis, for the palace that floats in serenity, and for the chance to rest in this enchanting refuge of wonder. As the traveller drifts closer to a place of slumber, the last glimmers of consciousness linger on the tranquil images of shimmering halls, softly lit corridors, and ocean views so expansive they blend with the horizon. In that half-dreaming state, the palace remains close, an eternal refuge within. The hush of waves encourages each breath to deepen, allowing the traveller's mind to descend into the warm, tender embrace of sleep. The seas of Atlantis fade to gentle darkness, where body and soul find a peaceful sanctuary. And so, dear traveller, rest well. Let your dreams carry you on gentle tides to realms of calm and quiet magic. May the floating palace and the tranquil shores of Atlantis glow in your memories, guiding you ever deeper into serenity and peace. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, dear friend, and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'm here to guide you into a place of soft warmth and gentle stillness. In just a moment, you'll find yourself stepping into a serene evening where a crackling fire glows and a feeling of quiet wonder surrounds you. For now, settle in and let the day's busyness drift away. Take a slow, steady breath and exhale the weight of your cares. Feel your shoulders sink and soften. Notice the small comfort that begins in the center of your chest and radiates outward, inviting you to rest. The story we're about to share will whisk you into a cozy, mystical world. A world where a soft firelight, ancient wisdom, and a guardian of knowledge named Athena await, ready to enfold you in gentle magic. Take another deep breath, inhaling calmness and exhaling all the little worries. As you lie back, close your eyes if you wish, and imagine the gentle flicker of firelight dancing across a quiet room. The scent of seasoned wood smoke fills the air, its warmth a promise that you are safe, cared for, and free from strain. Each steady breath eases you deeper into relaxation, your body loosening, as if surrendering to a tender lullaby that hums around you. Now is the time to set aside your to-do lists and let the swirl of thoughts float past like small clouds in a wide, luminous sky. You may already sense the hush of night wrapping around you like a soft, comforting blanket. There is only the gentle glow of story and imagination before you. No pressure, no expectations. Breathe in slowly once more, letting go of tension. Soon, you will drift into a tale that unfolds without hurry, as though each word were a careful step through a lightly wooded glen. With each breath, you prepare to surrender to a realm of restfulness, guided by the whisper of a hearth fire that beckons you onward. And as you exhale, let your entire self relax into the serenity of this moment. It began on a tranquil evening in a land where twilight stretched across rolling hills, and the stars began their evening dance in the blue-violet sky. In a quiet stone cottage tucked beside an ancient forest, a single window glowed with the gentle gold of lamplight. Soft smoke curled from a tall chimney, rising into the starlit canopy as if carrying an invitation for anyone who longed for the warmth of friendship and story. Within those sturdy walls, a woman named Athena sat upon a plush armchair. Her hair was dark, woven through with ribbons of silver, and her eyes shone with a timeless wisdom. She was often called upon in this land for counsel and comfort, for she carried a warm spirit and a keen insight into both the simplest and the deepest of life's mysteries. Tonight, Athena's hearth crackled with soft flames, dancing merrily over perfectly stacked logs. The fire's glow revealed shelves lined with thick, leather-bound books, each brimming with tales and secrets from ages long past. The low table beside her chair held a teapot of fragrant herbal brew, the steam curling upward in whimsical shapes. At her feet, a small tabby cat dozed, tail occasionally flicking, as though unconsciously chasing dreams. The room itself was a haven of comfort. Plush rugs strewn about, a wide wooden desk adorned with a modest lantern, and walls that bore the gentle colour of warm honey. A gentle hush settled outside. Beyond the cottage's walls, the wind in the forest let out a quiet sigh, rustling leaves like a lullaby. Moonlight seeped in through the window, mingling with the soft glow of the fire and adding a graceful shimmer to the cosy interior. The forest that embraced the cottage was ancient, its trees tall and wise, known to whisper in the wind of stories from centuries gone. And on this particular evening, in a clearing deep among those towering trunks, the air carried a sense of calm anticipation, as if it waited for something wonderful to unfold. Athena, ever attuned to the rhythms of nature and magic, set her teacup down and glanced toward the window. Shadows from the dancing flames rippled over her face, giving her expression a tranquil kindness. She felt the stirring of a gentle presence near the edge of the forest, and though she remained seated, her posture hinted that she was ready to greet whatever visitor might come seeking the glow of her hearth. Outside, a quiet traveller emerged from among the trees. Drawn by the faint smell of smoke and the promise of rest, they walked the winding path that led toward Athena's cottage. The traveller carried no burdensome load, merely a soft cloak and a lightness of step that suggested a willingness to find solace in peaceful company. As they drew closer, they saw the golden light flickering through the cottage window and felt an unspoken invitation calling them forward. The path was lined with mossy stones, gently illuminated by shimmering moonbeams that filtered through the forest canopy. The breeze carried the soothing aroma of pine and damp earth. Ferns swayed quietly, and tiny fireflies began to appear, weaving their own soft radiance into the hush of night. At last, the traveller approached the low wooden door and knocked, the sound barely a whisper against the hush that cradled the forest. Athena rose gracefully to open the door, greeting the traveller with a smile. The warmth from her hearth spilled outward, wrapping the visitor in comfort, even before a word was spoken. She stepped aside, offering a silent welcome into this refuge. The traveller entered, and the door gently closed behind them with a soft click, sealing out the cool night air. Inside, the traveller was enveloped by a gentle warmth and the subtle fragrance of herbal tea and burning logs. They noted the many books that lined the walls and felt at once curious and lulled by the sense of centuries of knowledge resting gently in this space. The tabby cat stirred, blinking drowsily, then resumed its pleasant slumber. Athena gestured toward a second armchair, inviting the traveller to sit. She poured a cup of tea, the soft steam floating like a playful spirit in the flickering glow. "There is no hurry," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Rest as long as you need. May this evening be a gentle pause in your journey." The traveller settled into the comfortable seat, the tension in their muscles gradually easing, as though lulled by the presence of a gracious host who asked for nothing except their well-being. For a while, they sat in companionable silence, sharing the simple delight of the fire's gentle crackle and the hush of the surrounding night. The forest outside seemed content to remain still, as if it, too, were leaning in to listen. From time to time, Athena's gaze drifted to the tall shelves of books, her mind alive with tales to share. She could sense that the traveller was open to a story or two, something calm and wise, the kind of story that nourishes the spirit. When the moment felt right, Athena lifted her teacup and closed her eyes for a moment, as though to sip from a deep well of memory. Then, in a voice reminiscent of soft wind through ancient branches, she began to speak. She shared the story of a hidden library far beyond the forest, rumoured to house the oldest volumes in the realm, each page imbued with a gentle magic that could soothe any sorrow. It was said that in this hidden library, each visitor found the very knowledge or comfort they needed most, though they never quite knew how the books chose them. As Athena spoke, the traveller felt their mind drift like a leaf upon a slow-moving current. The descriptive words of old tomes and secret knowledge lulled them further. They could almost smell the parchment, could nearly feel the hush of centuries resting in those corridors lined with stories. And through it all, Athena's gentle tone wove a sense of calm anticipation, guiding the listener into deeper relaxation rather than rousing excitement. Now and then, the glowing embers in the hearth shifted, sending out a soft pop that momentarily illuminated Athena's thoughtful face. Shadows danced along the walls as she continued, her words quiet and unhurried, as though the story itself was in no rush to be told. The traveller's eyelids grew heavy with the sort of drowsy interest that comes when nothing urgent demands attention. The tale meandered like a gentle stream, describing the library's high-arched windows and the tapestry-covered alcoves where visitors could doze in plush chairs, lost in the hush of reading. Rumour had it that a wise old caretaker tended the space, appearing just when a wandering soul needed guidance. Athena's voice was steady and low, her pacing measured, lulling the traveller into a state of serene receptivity. Now and again, Athena paused to sip her tea, letting the story's images swirl in the traveller's mind. Between the lines of her gentle narrative, the traveller felt the flicker of deeper truths about knowledge and rest, about seeking and finding, about the simple comfort that arises when one is free to wander a quiet realm of possibility. Outside, a faint breeze brushed the trees, as though the forest itself were an attentive listener, equally soothed by the steady cadence of Athena's words. As the evening wore on, the moon rose higher, painting the world beyond the window in soft silver. The forest glowed beneath its light, each tree trunk cast in gentle shadow, while the cottage remained a cocoon of warmth. The traveller's eyes occasionally wandered toward the frosted glass panes, where the silhouette of tall pines seemed to stand guard, ensuring that no unwanted disturbance would breach this sanctuary of rest. The story flowed on like a lullaby, leading the traveller through the corridors of that imaginary library, describing the hush of turning pages, the quiet thrill of opening a book to discover a passage that felt written just for them. Athena recounted the caretaker's gentle presence, the subtle guidance offered without words, and how each visitor left feeling more whole, more at peace than when they arrived. Eventually, Athena's tale circled back to her own cottage, suggesting that perhaps a spark of that library's magic lived on in this cozy haven too. The traveller glanced at the shelves around them, noticing volumes with titles that hinted at grand myths, tales of long-forgotten lands, and comforting stories of hearth and home. Each spine seemed to glow a little in the fire's light, silently inviting exploration. In the quiet that followed, Athena reached for a small velvet pouch on a nearby table. She pulled out a tiny round stone, etched with what looked like an ancient symbol, a gentle swirl reminiscent of a breeze or a slow current of water. "I found this many years ago, hidden in the corner of one of those forgotten corridors," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It reminds me that wisdom has a way of finding us wherever we are, and that gentle magic often lives just around the corner." She placed the stone in the traveller's hand, letting them feel its cool, smooth surface. For a moment, the traveller sensed a faint warmth emanating from the etching. Then came a soft wave of reassurance, a feeling that all was well, and that, with each breath, they were sinking ever deeper into calm. The traveller closed their eyes, a quiet smile forming, as if lulled by the knowledge that wisdom flowed through every moment of life, even the still ones. Time drifted onward like a feather on a breeze. The fire in the hearth settled into a bed of glowing embers, each warm cinder a steady heartbeat of comfort. Athena stood, moving gracefully across the room, and fetched another log, placing it gently on the fire. Sparks rose, twirling in a dance that illuminated her serene face. She gazed at the traveller kindly and returned to her seat. In the hush that fell between them, the visitor's eyelids grew heavier. They listened to the quiet crackle of flames, the subtle whisper of the wind outside, and the gentle purr of the dozing cat. Every so often, the cat stretched and turned, finding new warmth closer to the hearth. The traveller felt a sense of deep safety, of belonging to a moment that asked for nothing but gentle surrender. Looking upon the traveller, Athena sensed that they might benefit from another story, one that spoke not just of knowledge, but of the comforting presence of home and hearth. And so she began again, this time speaking of a far-off cottage perched by a shimmering lake. The waters there were said to reflect the colour of the sky so perfectly that at dawn and dusk, the lake became a mirror for sunrises and sunsets. In the evenings, a kind family would gather in a well-worn living room, their laughter echoing as they shared simple meals and told old folk tales. The traveller's mind wandered with the imagery, drifting across placid waters, warm gatherings, and the hush of twilight that always came as a blessing at the end of the day. Athena's narrative unspooled like a gentle thread, weaving comfort and nostalgia into every sentence. She spoke of a quiet child who found solace in tracing the patterns of constellations across the night sky, and of the subtle wisdom gleaned from noticing how each star, no matter how small, contributed to the tapestry of light overhead. She described the crackle of logs in a stone fireplace, how their glow could soothe the most anxious heart, and how, in that cozy cottage, every guest felt free to simply be. As she spoke, the traveller felt the story merge with the gentle environment of Athena's own home. The faint sense of wood smoke and herbal tea, the hush of midnight, and the graceful presence of Athena herself all wove together in a comforting lull. Outside, the moon continued its passage across the sky, and the forest remained quiet, standing as a guardian of this peaceful night. Eventually, the tale drifted to a soft conclusion. Athena let silence settle, allowing the images of the shimmering lake, the star-speckled sky, and the welcoming hearth to linger in the traveller's thoughts like the calming echo of a favourite lullaby. The cat stirred once more, stretching its paws in a lazy greeting to the hush that surrounded them. The traveller's eyes fluttered, their breathing slow and steady, as though their entire being now resonated with the tranquil pace of this mystical evening. A gentle breeze brushed against the cottage walls, causing a slight sway in the trees. Athena glanced toward the window and quietly rose. She took a thick, comforting blanket from a small chest in the corner and draped it over the traveller's legs. The traveller sank deeper into the chair, letting a sigh of relief escape, as though any remaining tension had finally slipped away. With the hearth still glowing, the shadows on the walls seemed to dance slower now, in harmony with the traveller's drowsy heartbeat. Athena tidied the small table, setting aside the empty teacups, moving in slow, deliberate motions that added to the evening's unhurried grace. As she placed the cups in the sink, she hummed a gentle tune, a lilting melody that reminded the traveller of night-blooming flowers and the rustle of leaves under starlight. The small cat rose to investigate, weaving around Athena's ankles before hopping softly onto a windowsill to peer into the night. The traveller's gaze followed the cat, taking in the quiet view outside. The silhouettes of ancient pines, a soft glow of moonbeams dancing between their branches, and a faint shimmer on the horizon, hinting at the meeting of forest and meadow. One could almost imagine that the entire realm slept in peaceful unity, united under the calm hush of night. Returning from the sink, Athena reclaimed her seat. Her expression was kind and restful, reflecting a peaceful acceptance of life's cycles, day to night, wakefulness to slumber, questions to answers that arrive in their own time. She spoke again, softly, though more gently now, as if her words themselves floated on the edge of dream. She spoke of twilight horizons, of watching the stars appear one by one until they formed patterns that guided travellers across unknown lands. She reminded the visitor that each star, though far away, offered its light freely, just as the hearth offered warmth in this little cottage. The traveller felt an inner glow, a gentle expansion in their chest as they listened. They began to notice a sense of enveloping calm, as though the hush of ancient forests and kindled fires was something that could be held within forever. Their limbs grew pleasantly heavy, their mind drifting in and out of subtle visions, a library hidden in time, a glimmering lake, a starry sky, and now this cottage with Athena's wise presence. All these images melded into a soft tapestry of contentment, guiding the traveller closer to rest. In the long pause that followed, the night grew deeper. The embers settled into a low, ruby glow, releasing the occasional comforting pop. Outside, the breeze was scarcely more than a whisper, and the cat on the windowsill blinked sleepily, eventually curling up into a cozy ball. Even the forest seemed to hush further, as if to cradle the cottage in a womb of complete tranquility. After a while, Athena rose and gently dimmed the lantern. Its light dwindled to a faint glow that mingled with the soft flicker of the remaining embers. She looked upon the traveller, now nearly dozing, and offered a gentle smile, a silent assurance that all was well and that this space would remain safe throughout the night. She made no further sound, but her presence was enough, like a guardian of the evening, a keeper of calm. Now, in this final drift of the evening story, let the hush settle around you like a warm cloak. Feel the soft heaviness in your limbs, the steady rhythm of your breath. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere else to be, and no demands on your time. Your mind is free to float between wakefulness and the realms of sleep, carried by the gentle glow of embers and the memory of whispered tales. Allow your breath to slow even further, becoming a gentle tide that lulls you deeper into rest. With each exhalation, release any lingering tension. Let your shoulders sink and your jaw loosen. Let your thoughts become feather-light, drifting where they will without resistance. The warm presence of Athena's cottage remains around you, a glowing sanctuary that follows you into the dream world. In your mind's eye, you may picture the cottage door softly closing against the night, sealing in the tranquility of the moment. Or perhaps you see the last sparks floating up the chimney, tiny stars of fire merging with the vast sky beyond. Each image soothes, each memory of the story lulls, guiding you gently, kindly, into a realm of deep, healing slumber. Now, dear traveller, let your eyelids be as heavy as they wish to be. Let all concerns melt away into the calm hush of night. This is your time of rest, a pause from the day's commotion, a well-deserved moment of deep peace. Feel the softness of your bedding beneath you, the comforting weight of your blanket. Sense the gentle rise and fall of your chest, each breath a reminder that you are safe, you are quiet, and you are free to let go. May your dreams be touched by the glow of a hearth, the peaceful hush of an ancient forest, and the kind wisdom of a gentle companion. If you wish, let the memory of Athena's soothing presence guide you into the deeper realms of restorative sleep. The night will watch over you, just as the trees and moon stand guard outside that cozy little cottage in the story. There is only calm. There is only warmth. There is only the kind softness of this moment. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. May peace and warmth cradle you until morning's gentle light calls you back again. Hello, I'm Owen Thorne. Welcome, dear friend, to a gentle evening of storytelling. In this moment, you have chosen to set aside the clamour of the day and immerse yourself in a soothing tale. Softly, gently, allow yourself to sink into a place of rest. Tonight, you will be guided through the calm meadows of Asgard, beneath a vast twilight sky where peace and magic dance in hushed harmony. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, feel your shoulders release the weight of any lingering tension. Notice the comfortable surface beneath you, the softness that supports you. Listen to your heart's steady rhythm. You have arrived at this quiet space for a reason, to drift away into a land where gentle wonders and glimmering twilight ease your mind and invite serenity into every breath. Imagine a vast, glowing meadow, glowing under a sky that whispers of ancient stories. You are safe here in the hush of this evening. With each inhalation, welcome a wave of calm. With each exhalation, let go of anything you no longer need. Rest now in the knowledge that your journey will be one of softness. Soon, you will step into a story woven of starlight and enchantment. A story that unfolds like a gentle breeze through golden grass. With every breath, allow your eyelids to grow heavier, your thoughts to slow. The hush of dusk beckons you. Now, settle into comfort, dear listener, as the tale begins. At the edge of Asgard, in a meadow that shimmered beneath the endless twilight, a lone figure stepped onto dew-kissed grass. The sky above was awash in soft shades of lavender and pale gold, the sun lingering just below the horizon, as if it, too, longed to savour the gentle hush of this realm. Delicate wisps of cloud drifted across the sky, reflecting subtle streaks of lilac and pink. Flowers in that meadow swayed, their petals awash with the final touches of daylight, while a gentle breeze wove through them, carrying the faint murmur of a distant brook. From the north, the faint silhouette of mighty Asgard rose in the background, its gleaming towers captured in the twilight, silent guardians of this sacred land. Evening birds, their songs melodic and tender, glided overhead, offering a lullaby to close the day. In the heart of the meadow, a quiet gathering of timeless watchers convened. Ancient, patient trees whose bark held the memory of countless changing seasons. Their branches crowned the horizon like gentle arms raised in reverence to the sky. Soft grass blanketed the ground, a living tapestry of emerald and jade. Pale dandelions dotted the field, each seed pod a tiny orb of possibility, waiting for a passing breeze to send it afloat. Away from bustling cities and mortal concerns, only the hush of nature existed in this pristine glade. The gentle figure entering the meadow paused, breathing in the sweet air and letting the calm seep into every part of their being. Eyes half closed, they listened to the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant hum of bees returning to their hives for the night, and the muted chirp of evening insects. In the realm of Asgard's twilight, the passage of time felt weightless. Overhead, faint stars began to shimmer. They emerged not abruptly, but gracefully, as if lifting a veil from the sky. Each star was a tiny droplet of light, reflecting the cosmic majesty that reigned over this legendary land. Far off, one might imagine the Bifrost, its radiant arc bridging worlds. Yet here in the meadow, the hush and the glow coexisted without any rush or demand. In the near distance, a gentle slope led down to a small brook, its crystalline waters meandering peacefully. Stones, worn smooth and round, formed stepping stones at shallow points. A gentle glimmer of moonlight, already awake in the sky, danced on the surface, creating little sparkles that appeared and disappeared with the brook's playful movements. The air was scented with the crisp aroma of night-blooming flowers, subtle, comforting, and faintly sweet. As the evening deepened, the figure found comfort in wandering along the meadow's perimeter. Long blades of grass brushed against the ankles, offering a light, tickling sensation. Occasionally, a soft hum would rise from hidden corners of the field, perhaps a night creature stirring, or the wind whispering secrets among the leaves. The horizon seemed to stretch on forever, blending seamlessly with the sky above, an endless canvas of calm. Further into the meadow, a secluded clearing emerged. It was surrounded by a ring of moonflowers that opened themselves to the gloaming. Their petals, luminescent in the twilight, emitted a soft glow, almost like miniature lanterns guiding gentle travelers through the dusk. Each bloom appeared to cup a droplet of starlight, sparkling like a treasure yet unclaimed. The hush here was profound, more profound than anywhere else, as if this clearing were sheltered from all the noise of the world. A soft thought drifted across the meadow, the notion that this realm thrived on balance. By day, Asgard's strength and grandeur soared in sunlit splendor. By night, its repose cradled every living thing in a comforting lullaby. Twilight was that in-between hour, a serene moment where day and night met, shaking hands and sharing colors in the sky. Past the circle of moonflowers, the figure's footsteps slowed upon noticing a small wooden bridge crossing the brook's gentle flow. The bridge, gracefully arched, bore carvings of leaves, flowers, and runic symbols that hinted at Asgard's storied tradition. Beneath the bridge, the water echoed softly, an acoustic lull that melded with the chorus of nocturnal sounds. On the far side of the stream, the meadow sloped upward, leading to a vantage point overlooking a softly illuminated valley. In that valley, one could spot occasional lights from modest homes or flickering torches in the distance, signs of others finding their own moments of rest and reflection. Beyond the valley, the silhouettes of distant mountains stood tall, their peaks faintly crowned by the dusky sky. Over them, the first glimmer of the moon rose, round and gentle. The figure wandered up the slope, guided by an innate curiosity. Each step was gentle, purposeful, and unhurried, as if time had slowed. The breeze, too, seemed to slow, as if pausing to accompany this solitary traveller up the hill. High above, stars congregated more densely, unveiling constellations tied to ancient myths. perhaps the subtle shape of a horse, or the faint figure of a mighty tree, each constellation reminiscent of the stories once told around glowing fires in Asgard's early days. From the crest of the hill, a panoramic view opened. At the far edge of the horizon shimmered the faint radiance of the Bifrost. Even from a distance, that bridge of shimmering light was breathtaking, a reminder of the connection between worlds. Yet here, in the meadow's twilight hush, grandeur was replaced by intimacy and tranquility. Descending the other side of the hill, the figure encountered a cluster of towering trees, a gentle grove. Mighty trunks rose from thick roots, creating a natural cathedral beneath broad canopies. Pillars of moonlight filtered through the leaves, forming slender beams that illuminated the forest floor. Soft moss and fallen leaves cushioned every step, releasing a fresh, green scent. No creature stirred noisily here. Instead, the grove seemed to embrace the hush, extending a silent welcome to any who stepped inside. Within that grove, the figure noticed a secluded pond at the center. Its surface lay still, mirroring the moon and starlight above, as if it were a second sky. Silken strands of mist drifted across the water, drawn into playful shapes by the gentle night air. The figure rested at the water's edge, dipping fingers into the cool surface. It felt as though the pond were telling a story in each ripple, murmuring about old friendships between forest creatures, whispering about the fleeting dance of day and night. Time seemed to pause in that moment. The hush in the grove, the shimmering pond, and the subtle warmth of the ground beneath formed a cocoon of peace. In the distance, the music of water droplets falling from leaves into the pond resonated, a quiet, rhythmic lullaby. Soft wings occasionally fluttered overhead, perhaps the gentle flight of an owl or nightbird. The figure could sense the grove's watchful presence, as if each tree and leaf stood vigil in peaceful guardianship. When the figure rose to continue, their path wound among tree trunks, leading deeper into the grove where the canopy grew denser. Yet not once did the darkness feel threatening. Instead, it was a comforting shade, a calm embrace, alive with the possibility of dreams. Tiny glowing fungi dotted logs and stumps, casting pale lights that mingled with the starbeams. The ground exhaled a subtle, earthy perfume that soothed the mind and gently encouraged deeper, slower breathing. Eventually, the grove ended, and the meadow resumed in rolling waves of grass. The horizon glowed faintly, a promise of distant wonders. The figure pressed on, discovering new pockets of enchantment, a ring of standing stones worn smooth by centuries, etched with runes that recounted sagas of old. Here, it felt as though the stones pulsed with a gentle, enduring presence, whispering echoes from times when heroes roamed. But in this twilight hour, they radiated calm, a testament to the quiet power that sleeps within history. A short distance from the stones, a gentle knoll rose. Atop that mound, an ancient tree spread its wide branches like an umbrella across the sky. A small circle of mushrooms at its base glowed in the moonlight, reminiscent of a fairy ring. The figure paused beneath the canopy, letting the hush settle once more. Fireflies emerged from the grass, flickering softly, their greenish glow dancing on the breeze. They rose and fell, as if orchestrated by a lullaby that only they could hear. The figure made a seat at one of the tree's roots, which arched out of the ground like a natural bench. The bark, though ancient, was smooth in places, as if it had been visited over centuries by others seeking solace. Leaning back against the tree, the traveller gazed upward, watching as more stars joined the evening tableau. The night was luminous now. The sun's final rays had given way entirely to the gentle realm of moon and starlight. In that moment of repose, the meadows revealed its hidden symphony. The breeze sighed through tall grasses, each blade adding a soft note to the melody. Crickets chirped in resonant harmony, their song never overpowering, but weaving in and out like a slow current. Off in the distance, a solitary wolf or fox might utter a brief call, a reassuring sign of life in the peaceful expanse. Overhead, the moon grew brighter, serene in her midnight vigil. The figure's eyes drifted closed. A sense of belonging enveloped the meadow, as though welcoming a tired soul to share in its gentle rhythms. The breath slowed, matching the deliberate rise and fall of night's calm inhalation. For a timeless interval, there was nothing but the hush, the sweet fragrance of moonlit blossoms, and the comforting presence of soft earth below. Eventually, the traveller rose again, drawn by faint glimmers of light across the open field. The path led away from the ancient tree and down a gentle slope. Here, more moonflowers revealed themselves, scattered like constellations across the ground. Each luminous bloom turned gently, seeming to watch the quiet figure pass by. Their perfume drifted on the breeze, balmy and inviting. Not far beyond, a small clearing opened, filled with ephemeral wisps of glowing mist that danced just above the grass. The figure stepped carefully into the clearing. The mist parted like a curtain, revealing an unassuming ring of stones around a small well. Clear water gleamed at the well's bottom, starlight reflecting in faint sparks. A silent hush lingered, suggesting that this was a sacred space, an ancient well of purity that invited silent reflection. At the clearing's edge stood a worn bench carved from a single trunk. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, leaves interlaced with swirl motifs that evoked gentle breezes. Sitting on this bench, the traveller ran a hand over the smooth carvings, feeling the artistry of hands long gone. A sense of timelessness flooded the clearing. It was as though every element of nature and history had converged to create a sanctuary of calm. Looking across the meadow, the figure noticed how the landscape melded seamlessly into the horizon. The gentle undulations of grass, the silhouettes of distant trees, and the faint glow of star-draped mountains all combined into a single tapestry of peace. Though Asgard was often renowned for its grandeur, battles, and legends, here it offered a quieter face, a gentle nighttime realm that cherished rest as much as splendor. Fireflies continued their silent performance, drifting closer in subtle arcs of light. Some circled the well, reflecting softly against the water inside. The gentle traveler watched their dance, mesmerized by their simple, comforting glow. It was an invitation to slow down, to savor, to let the mind drift like a leaf on a still pond. The night wore on, but each moment in Asgard's meadow felt suspended. Hours seemed to merge into a single extended hush, as though the boundary between 1 minute and the next had dissolved. The figure rose from the bench, steps measured and unhurried, venturing back across the meadow's open heart. The grass was cooler now, dew returning to sparkle under the moon's tender gaze. Ahead, there was a faint light among another stand of ancient trees. It glowed warm, as though a single lantern or candle flickered within a secluded glen. Curiosity guided the figure to this comforting glow. Soft footsteps, the gentle sound of brushing leaves, and eventually a clearing emerged. In the center stood a small hut crafted of twining branches, bark and moss. Light peeked through its doorway, a gentle glow that shimmered like a welcoming beacon in the night. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing an interior with a smooth wooden floor and a modest fireplace. Orange embers crackled softly, sending whispers of warmth into the cool air. Beside the fire sat a simple chair, carved of the same wood as the surrounding grove, and beside it a table with a single candle flickering in a wooden holder. The presence of the hut felt benevolent, protective, as if shaped by nature's hand to give weary travelers a place to pause. Yet there was no sign of conflict, no sense of being observed, only tranquility, as though the glen and hut existed in a protective bubble of calm. The figure stepped closer, but did not enter, content to simply feel the quiet invitation of this hidden dwelling. A gentle waft of warm air from inside carried the aroma of dried herbs, lavender, and maybe a hint of chamomile. Had someone left them on the hearth to sweeten the air? It seemed to embody the spirit of Asgard's meadow, a sanctuary for those who sought a refuge from the demands of day. The figure lingered a moment, taking in the tranquil scene. Then, stepping back, they continued around the clearing's edge, letting the soft glow recede behind. By now, the moon had completed half her arc across the sky, bathing the meadow in pale luminescence. Soft shadows stretched across the grass. Each leaf, each petal seemed etched in silver. A sense of serenity amplified, as though the meadow realized the hour was late, encouraging every living being to rest deeply. The figure's gentle journey eventually led back toward the place where it all began, near the outer edge of the meadow where the first trees stood guard. The field's hush remained unbroken, a haven that could cradle even the weariest heart. The distant silhouette of Asgard's mighty halls stood as silent guardians, their spires quietly reflecting star gleam. No commotion, no rush, only the lull of night and the promise of renewal at dawn. As the hours moved on, the meadow embraced a deeper stillness. One by one, stars shimmered out of sight, drifting behind wisps of cloud. In that calm, the figure settled at the foot of a sturdy oak, resting upon soft grass. Heavy eyelids blinked, then closed. The earth offered warmth, the quiet cradle of a world at peace. Breathing slowed, tension drifted away, and each thought dissolved in the hush of night. The meadow soothed, gently guiding the soul toward slumber. All around, the hush grew deeper. Cricket's lullaby steadied, weaving a soft, repetitive song that mingled with the gentle breeze. Even the light in the sky grew softer, the moon lowered, and a faint glow on the horizon hinted that dawn was hours away. Stillness settled over the traveller, over the meadow, over Asgard's silent fields. A moment of complete calm slipped across the land like a warm blanket, ensuring rest was all that mattered. Each breath, drawn in gently, carried away the last fragments of wakeful thought. The meadow seemed to breathe along, content in its quiet watch. In that quiet sanctuary, peace reigned, spreading like ripples in a pond. It offered a reminder that beneath the grandeur of gods and legends, there was always a place of rest, a place where every footstep, every breath, became a lullaby of its own. Slowly, gently, the night carried the figure and all who listened into a realm of deep, rejuvenating sleep. Soft starlight and hushed breezes cradled tired minds and heavy eyes. The meadow's calm, the tender hum of twilight, and the promise of dawn at the horizon merged into one final lullaby. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Let the whispering meadows of Asgard hold you in their quiet embrace, until the sun's first rays stir you once again. Safe in the hush of twilight, may your dreams be gentle, and your rest be complete. Welcome, dear one, to this gentle space of rest and reflection. I am Owen Thorne, here to guide you into a world of soft starlight and melodic waters. In a few moments, you'll drift into a lush, moonlit land known as Arcadia, where a peaceful brook meanders through mossy banks and ancient trees. As you listen, let each slow breath carry you deeper into calm, releasing the cares of the day. Allow your body to settle, your mind to soften, and your spirit to open to the quiet hush of night. In Arcadia, you will find a gentle stream under the silver glow of the moon, waiting to lull your senses into a sweet and tranquil slumber. Take one more deep breath now, and let the journey begin. It was a quiet evening in Arcadia when the traveller arrived, drawn by the promise of a soothing night, far from the bustle of ordinary life. Clouds drifted across a sky that blended dusky purple into faint traces of gold, while low on the horizon, a silver moon waited to make its ascent. The air carried the scent of distant flowers and damp earth. Far off, one could just hear the trickle of a stream weaving through the hills like a ribbon of starlight. A gentle breeze skimmed the tops of tall meadow grasses, setting them swaying in a slow, dreamlike dance. The traveller paused at the border of this serene land, exhaling the day's tensions in one long, liberating breath. With each step along the soft forest path, the traveller felt burdens lighten. Tired thoughts, like dry leaves, fell away, replaced by a quiet sense of wonder. The ground beneath gentle boots was a tapestry of fallen pine needles and plush moss, both cool and comforting. At times, the canopy overhead let through splashes of dying sunlight, creating warm patches on the traveller's shoulders. Other times, the shifting leaves drew intricate patterns of shadow on the forest floor. There was no rush in this place, no urgent call to push forward. The very air suggested lingering, observing, and breathing in time with the ancient rhythm of nature. As dusk settled, the night sky grew bolder, revealing a scattering of early stars. Birds, hidden among the trees, offered their last soft chirps of the day, calling out gently before nestling into stillness. Crickets added their steady melody, as if inviting all who listened to join in the evening's lullaby. The traveller moved deeper into Arcadia, guided by the enticing hush that lay before every bend. As the sky dimmed, so did the mind's chatter, replaced by a soft appreciation for each subtle sound of life in the forest. Inhaling, exhaling, the traveller found a calm, measured pace, as though nature's tempo had become their own. Under the deepening twilight, luminescent mushrooms glowed with a faint, milky light at the base of ancient oaks. Their slender, ghostly shapes appeared like tiny lamps, inviting curiosity. A gentle hush blanketed this corner of Arcadia, with the forest's tall guardians standing watch. Here, time was measured not by clocks, but by the rising moon, by the hush of the wind, by the shimmering dew that soon would settle upon the leaves. The traveller paused in this quietude, hand resting lightly on the bark of a venerable oak, feeling the steady pulse of life that ran deep within its rings. Through the traveller's chest echoed the slow, restful rhythm of a heart that had, for the moment, let go of worry. Softly winding deeper, the path curved towards the north, leading to a clearing where the moon made its gentle debut. Its pale light bathed a meadow in silver, where tall grass bowed in graceful waves. Fireflies danced at the edges, flickering like playful little stars near the ground. As these living lanterns glimmered, their reflections sparkled in the traveller's eyes. There was no urgency here, only a gentle invitation to stop and appreciate how the earth could seem so endlessly kind. On the horizon, a low ridge of hills was carved by a stream's meandering route. Its subtle babble mingled with the breeze, creating a soft tapestry of sound that drew the traveller onward. The promise of cool water and the shimmering moonlit surface felt like an embrace from some benevolent spirit of the land. With easy steps, the traveller continued, guided now by the rising chorus of that beckoning brook. Before long, the trees thinned, revealing a stony embankment where water, lit by faint moonbeams, flowed over polished stones. The hush of nature was enhanced by the gentle notes of the brook as it tumbled, whispered, and sighed around smooth river rocks. Moss clung to the stones, providing patches of velvety green that glistened under the moon's gentle glow. Nearby, slender reeds dipped and swayed, their delicate tips tracing the water's surface in long, lingering arcs. The traveller approached, standing beside this living tapestry, letting the melody of the brook settle like a soothing lullaby. The surface of the stream was silver in the moonlight, quivering with faint ripples that caught and released starlight. Every so often, a leaf drifting along the current would glide into sight, rotating softly before floating away downstream. There was something timeless in the scene, a sense that this stream had been flowing long before any traveller had ventured through Arcadia, and would continue its gentle journey for ages to come. Close to the water's edge, a small clearing offered a patch of soft grass, shaped almost as if the land welcomed anyone seeking rest. Here, the earth sloped slightly, forming a natural cushion. The traveller knelt and touched a hand to the grass, feeling the nightly dew gathering, damp yet inviting. At the far side of the clearing stood a slender willow, its branches trailing the water's surface, rustling softly when a playful breeze passed through. There in the hush, the traveller decided to stay for a while, to let the weight of days slip away, lulled by the brook's tranquil lullaby. The moon, full and radiant now, climbed higher in the sky. Its beams found their way through the willow's trailing branches, illuminating thin arcs of leaves in a pale, ethereal light. The traveller, nestled in the grass, gazed up and marvelled at the moon's silent presence. Thoughts floated aimlessly, like clouds overhead, drifting in and out without lingering. The traveller's breath slowed, shoulders lowering, tension dissolving. In that hush, the mind and the moon seemed to share a gentle rhythm of quiet reflection. As time passed, the night creatures of Arcadia began their gentle serenade. Soft chirps, distant hoots, and the endless flow of water composed a lullaby for all who wandered beneath the sky. Now and then, a faint rustle hinted at small creatures meandering along the undergrowth. A timid fox, perhaps, or a wandering deer. Yet none intruded on the traveller's sanctuary beside the brook, each being moved gracefully in the stillness, avoiding haste. Peace lingered in the air like a sweet fragrance. In the meadow beyond, the fireflies' dance continued in languid arcs of light. It was as though stars had descended to hover just above the grass, weaving an unhurried tapestry of twinkles against the darkened countryside. The traveller watched them from afar, comforted by the natural spectacle. The stream's gentle murmur wove in and out of awareness, a constant reminder that life, like water, flows softly forward. After a time, the traveller rose and began exploring the stream's edge, stepping carefully among mossy stones. The ground gave with a pleasant spring beneath each footfall, and a mild hush enveloped the land. Occasional stepping stones allowed for easy crossing in shallow parts of the brook, each one worn smooth by the gentle passage of centuries. Here and there, moonlight illuminated pockets of water, swirling in tiny eddies, creating miniature whirlpools that glistened like liquid silver. Overhead, a faint tapestry of stars grew more vivid, shimmering like tiny lamps in the deep blue sky. Further along, the traveller noticed a small wooden footbridge, partially hidden by trailing willow branches. The weathered planks were adorned with gentle patterns of swirling knots, evidence of the forest's long history. Vines with slender white blossoms twined around the bridge's handrails, and their faint fragrance drifted across the traveller's senses, sweet but subtle. Pausing there, the traveller leaned over the rail to watch the water tumble below. The soothing rush of the brook echoed upward, as though the stream itself whispered a story of timeless journeys and endless renewal. The traveller crossed to the opposite bank, where the forest began again in soft hush. This side of Arcadia felt more ancient, with tall trunks rising from the dark earth and branches thickly woven overhead. Moonlight filtered in faintly, creating pockets of glowing ferns and lit patches on the woodland floor. The trees seemed to greet each wanderer in quiet benevolence, offering shelter and a gentle welcome. Their bark bore intricate patterns, shaped by the swirl of past seasons. Small glimmers revealed where droplets of dew gathered, forming delicate prisms on leaves. In a small clearing ringed by these ancient trees stood a stone bench, half buried in soft moss. A relic of days gone by, perhaps placed there by travellers from centuries before. Soft, creeping vines trailed over its edges, gently reclaiming it. The traveller brushed aside a few leaves and settled onto the bench. For a moment, the sense of age and continuity within these woods filled the traveller with a quiet reverence. How many wanderers had sat here in the cool hush of evening, listening to the same brook, gazing at the same moon. Stillness wove through the forest like a gentle lull. In the cool night air, the traveller felt each breath deepen, chest rising and falling in a soothing unhurried rhythm. A feeling of belonging took root, an understanding that within this realm of Arcadia, every creature and every ancient trunk was part of a larger harmony. Like notes in a tranquil melody, each element contributed to the pervasive peace. The traveller's eyelids fluttered with the first signs of drowsiness, lulled by the comforting hush. Yet curiosity invited one last stroll, so the traveller stood and wandered deeper, stepping carefully around roots and stones. The canopy overhead opened slightly, revealing a scattering of stars. Over a small rise, the traveller came upon a quiet pool, fed by the meandering brook. The surface was calm, reflecting the moon's silver face. Water lilies dotted the pool, their petals partially closed for the night, resting until dawn's gentle light. The reflection of the traveller was faintly visible, outlined by moonbeams, merging with the silent reflection of the sky. It was a scene that felt like a secret gift left untouched for centuries. A sense of wonder welled in the traveller's chest. Kneeling beside the pool, fingertips trailed in the cool water. The gentle ripples spread outward, distorting the moon's reflection into wavering ribbons of light. The night air carried a faint scent of lilies and damp stones. No words intruded here, only the silent language of nature. Each breath seemed to sync with the watery hush, an exhale blending into the breeze, an inhale joining the flutter of leaves overhead. The traveller let time drift without measure, letting each soft moment cradle body and mind. Eventually, guided by quiet yearning for warmth, the traveller made a way back toward the meadow. Now the moon was high, bathing the landscape in silver. The grass, heavy with dew, shimmered like a field of tiny crystals. A sense of sanctuary embraced the traveller, as if the entire land was softly echoing the lullaby of the brook. Settling once more in the grassy clearing by the water, the traveller found a natural incline against a gentle rise of earth. There, the smooth trunk of a fallen tree formed a comfortable backrest. The gentle song of the brook caressed the air, a companion in the hush of night. The traveller's attention drifted, guided by the softly gurgling water. Small glints of starlight on the ripples seemed to dance in an unhurried rhythm. The hush was complete now, no anxious hum of thought, no pressing sense of time, only the quiet awareness of being utterly at rest. The traveller's gaze floated up, tracing the endless sky. Here, the stars shone in their timeless patterns, silent witnesses to countless nights and countless stories. Crickets continued their humble serenade, weaving a gentle carpet of sound. Occasionally, a soft breeze would stir the willow's branches, making them sway and murmur like a kindly spirit offering a lullaby. And in that moment, the traveller felt the tapestry of Arcadia come alive, each strand of nature contributing to a symphony of repose. By the bank of the brook, a small cluster of cattails stirred with each breath of wind. Their rustling harmonized with the subtle splashes of water over stone. In that swirl of nighttime music, the traveller's mind wandered to to comforting memories. Warm evenings, friendly laughter, times of stillness by quiet waters. But these were only faint flickers in the calm of the present moment, gently arising and falling away. No tension could hold in this atmosphere, as everything seemed to yield to the soothing tide of silence. Within that hush, even the traveller's heartbeat slowed, syncing with the unhurried pulse of the stream. Gentle flutters of drowsiness cradled each limb, the heaviness of sleep approaching like a soft cloud drifting across the moon. In the meadow, the traveller found that each breath grew more restful, each exhalation releasing another layer of cares, as if dropping them into the flowing water, never to be seen again. Time lost its sharp edges, replaced by a gentle awareness of now. Far above, drifting clouds occasionally veiled the moon, dimming the landscape just for a moment. When the moon re-emerged, its brilliance made the dew on each blade of grass shimmer anew. Night in Arcadia was alive with tiny motions, a rustle of leaves, a small frog's quiet croak near the water's edge, a gentle swirl of silver reflections across the stream. And through it all, the traveller remained, embraced by the hush that soothed every thought. As minutes and hours passed without measure, the traveller closed heavy eyelids, listening to the comforting lull. Now, the third-person observer of this gentle scene could sense how the traveller's breathing softened, how the tensions of the day melted away like mist under a rising sun. There was no place to be, nothing to do, only this moment of surrender to a realm that treasured silence and gentle waters. Even the hum of distant worries seemed to fade entirely beneath the tender hush of Arcadia's night. Eventually, the traveller settled fully into the comforting cradle of the meadow, lulled by the symphony of gentle sound. The hush around them thickened, an invitation to drift effortlessly into dreams. A faint hint of starlight sparkled on half-closed lashes, and the traveller allowed a final conscious breath to mingle with the moist night air. The streams, the quiet hillside, the willows' trailing boughs, each element seemed to watch over the traveller with patient devotion, ushering them into the soft arms of sleep. And so the traveller lay, embraced by Arcadia's gentle hush, finding a sense of safety under that endless sky. The world turned slowly, but the presence of the traveller remained wrapped in calm. Even the smallest stirring in the grass, perhaps a night-singing insect, or a breeze nudging a loose leaf, seemed part of a shared lullaby. Time melted as smoothly as the stream's own current, carrying the traveller's resting form deeper into serenity. When the moon began its gradual descent, the hush of the land became even softer, as if preparing for the gentle arrival of dawn. Stars danced faintly on the horizon, and the traveller's breath grew increasingly slow and rhythmic. Floating through sweet and drifting dreams, the traveller sensed that the spirit of Arcadia was near, whispering reassurance in the language of rustling leaves and rippling waters. This was a realm of acceptance, of peace, a place that held no place for restless thoughts. Somewhere in the deepest part of the night, even the last conscious flicker dissolved into the quiet well of sleep. The story's gentle observer, standing at the edge of this hush, could see how Arcadia cradled all who came in search of rest. There was an unspoken welcome here, a sanctuary for weary souls, a wellspring of gentle renewal. The silvered path of the brook, the velvety meadow, and the sheltering canopy of ancient trees formed a tapestry that invited every sense to slip away into a realm of tranquil dreams. As morning prepared to greet the distant horizon, the land remained still, cradling the traveller in peaceful darkness. Night's breeze had softened to near silence, its last whispers brushing across the sleeping earth. The babbling brook continued its timeless lull, each soft ripple a soothing echo for the one who slumbered by its side. Shadows of the willow fell across the grass, swaying gently, as if granting a final blessing for the night's repose. Any urgency, any tension that might have once lingered, had long since melted away in the nurturing hush of Arcadia's embrace. Now, dear listener, let these final moments of night guide you into your own deep rest. Feel your breath in its gentle rise and fall, carrying you closer to the dreamlike hush of this magical realm. You need do nothing but let the soft echoes of the brook and the hush of the forest lull you further. Let your eyelids grow heavier with each gentle inhalation, each serene exhalation. Let the rhythm of your heart slow to match the peaceful tempo of Arcadia's night. Surrender to the soothing tide, like leaves drifting on the surface of that silver stream. In this stillness, may you find comfort and renewal, free from the demands of the day. May the memory of Arcadia's tranquil moonlight continue to calm your mind, even as you fade into a night of rest. No thought need linger, no worry need remain. Only the gentle hush, the melodic trickle of water over stones, and the soft cradle of your own breath remain. Drift gently and silently now, allowing slumber to enfold you. Let the blanket of night shield you from any restlessness, drawing you deeper into a realm of soothing dreams. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well, held by Arcadia's enduring peace, the quiet lull of its babbling brook, and the gentle moonlit glow that watches over you in the hush of this tranquil evening. May the calm of these waters and the stillness of the forest stay with you through the night and beyond, guiding you into the sweetest, most comforting slumber. Rest now and dream in peace. Good evening, and welcome. I am Owen Thorne, and I'm so very glad you've joined me here. For a moment, let your eyes soften, your breathing deepen, and your shoulders melt into comfort. You've arrived at a place of rest, a gentle space where you can set aside the day's troubles and simply be. In these first few moments, think of each slow inhale as a small gift you give yourself, inviting calm and serenity into your body. Tonight, we will wander through the awakening springtime countryside, a mystical tale drawn from Greek myth, and discover the gentle wonders that unfold when the earth stirs from its winter slumber. As you settle in, feel the hush settle over you like a light, warm blanket, and allow each breath to guide you deeper into tranquility. Yes, breathe in and out. Notice how your chest rises and falls in perfect harmony with the slowing pace of your thoughts. Let your surroundings become a soft blur, a peaceful backdrop to the lullaby of your heartbeats. Imagine the air around you filled with a delicate glow, wrapping you in a gentle cocoon. Any stray worries that remain in the corners of your mind can simply drift away, carried off by the quiet exhale of your breath. In this moment, it's enough to be comfortable, to be safe, and to let the tension slip gently from your body. Soon, we'll begin a journey into a land touched by ancient whispers and the promise of a renewing world. But for now, just rest in this comforting stillness, feeling that sweet calm blossoming within, like a tiny seed awakened by spring's first light. Long ago, in a valley cradled by rolling green hills, the countryside breathed with an ancient spirit. Each year, the land awaited the tender moment when the chill of winter would finally give way to the soft embrace of spring. The winding rivers would thaw, wildflowers would peak above the damp earth, and a gentle breeze would carry the promise of new life. In that place, the people believed deeply in a tale of rebirth and devotion, the story of Persephone's return from the realm of shadows, and the way her mother, Demeter, would welcome her back with joy, coaxing the earth to unfurl in wondrous colour and abundance. The villagers who lived among those hills spoke of Persephone's gentle footsteps as the catalyst for the flower's bloom, her laughter the charm that awakened the sleeping roots beneath the soil. One particular year, the winter had been exceedingly long. Snowdrifts sat stubbornly atop fields, and the crisp, cold air hung over the village well into the days usually warmed by spring's gentle rays. It was as though the hush of the colder months refused to release its hold. But deep underground, unseen by mortal eyes, a quiet stirring had begun. Seeds that had slumbered during the dark, froze days now quivered with anticipation. Roots stretched out, searching for the faintest hint of warmth, and in the hearts of all those who called the valley home, be they animal or human, a longing rose for the gentle renewal that would soon arrive if they only held on to hope. Word spread that Persephone's footsteps might finally break winter's lingering spell. In whispered conversations carried on the breeze, the villagers recalled how Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, and all living things that grow, eagerly awaited her daughter's yearly return from the underworld. The bond between mother and child was said to be so strong that the entire earth felt it. Lush blossoms and tender sprouts responded to Persephone's homecoming like faithful friends. Yet that year, the people worried that perhaps Persephone had grown wearied or delayed. Children asked their parents if Persephone had forgotten, and parents wondered in silent corners of their own hearts if the land would remain locked in ice for the entire season. Not too far from the main village was a tranquil meadow leading to a wooded hillside. There, a narrow stream wound its way among mossy rocks. The few who ventured to that meadow at dawn spoke of a glimmer in the morning light, almost like a playful ribbon of gold dancing just above the frost-covered ground. One chilly morning, a gentle creature, a young fox, found herself stepping gingerly across the meadow in search of the new shoots that typically sprang up with the warmer weather. Her fur fluffed up against the crisp air. She paused at the water's edge, where a patch of green had dared to peek out from beneath the snow. It was the smallest start of spring, but the fox could sense that the earth was coming alive beneath her paws. It was the kind of awakening that was soft and shy at first, but held within it the power of an entire season's rebirth. Beyond the meadow's stream, a small grove of ancient trees stood, their rough bark shimmering in the filtered sunlight. The branches of these grand elders had seen countless cycles of growth and renewal. From deep within their roots, they recognized the subtle energy of Persephone's approach, a quiver of expectation pulsing through each hidden fiber. The trees quietly prepared themselves for the warm tide of spring. They knew that she would come, for the rhythms of the world remained unbroken, even when mortals became anxious. All living beings in that gently sloping valley simply needed to trust in the ancient bonds between mother and daughter, goddess and life-giving earth. Sure enough, a few days later, a faint perfume of blossoms drifted across the land. One by one, snowdrops and crocuses pierced the last icy remnants and opened petals of pristine white and violet. The villagers looked out from their windows and saw those early signs of spring. There was a collective exhalation of relief, as though nature itself was saying, "You are not forgotten." In meadows that had seemed so barren, soft breezes now carried the hint of lily and hyacinth. The sun, once pale and remote, lingered a little longer above the horizon. Its rays sparked a gentle thaw in the fields, giving birds the courage to sing again at dawn. A shepherd boy, tending his sheep near the edge of the forest, noticed the ground felt softer beneath his feet. The sheep eagerly nibbled at the fresh green sprouts, contently ignoring the last patches of snow. Quietly, the boy marveled at how quickly the land could shift from stillness to a subtle, almost secret dance of renewal. It made him recall an old story about how every living thing resonates with Persephone's light when she walks the land. Watching the sheep so thoroughly lost in the pleasure of new grass, he felt a soft joy, thinking about the inevitability of cycles and how, in time, all things come to life again. In the heart of the valley, an elderly woman who spent her days gathering herbs in a worn basket began to notice the green shoots of plantain and dandelion poking through the thawed ground. She gently touched the tiny leaves, feeling that wondrous pulse beneath her fingertips. It was as if the earth's heartbeat had quickened with the knowledge that its beloved maiden was returning. She collected only a few of the fresh shoots, whispering words of gratitude to the goddess for each one. Then she carefully placed them in her basket, leaving plenty behind to grow strong and flourish. By nightfall, she would brew a simple spring tonic from these herbs, sipping it while she remembered her younger days of dancing barefoot in the blossoming fields. As the days progressed, the countryside transformed with patient yet relentless vitality. Buds formed on tree branches, swelling with sweet expectancy. The gentle, lilting tones of the wind through the forest canopy became a hushed lullaby, as if the land were softly humming in anticipation. Tiny wildflowers continued to carpet the meadow. Delicate anemones and violets emerged in pastel waves, their heads turned towards the warming sun. Creatures that had huddled in burrows and dens all winter began to awaken. Rabbits ventured out at dusk, leaping and darting among the fresh green shoots. Deer travelled from higher slopes to munch on tender buds near the lowland streams. Birds, newly arrived from their southern journeys, sang the joyous news of life renewed. Throughout it all, there was a sense of ancient magic flowing quietly under the surface of everyday sights and sounds. It was a sweet and gentle power, one that didn't boast or clash, but rather threaded itself through each tender leaf, every drop of dew, and each breath of fresh morning air. Though mortals might not have seen Persephone herself stepping lightly across the fields, they felt her presence as tangibly as the promise carried in a spring breeze. Some said that if you listened intently, you might catch the distant echo of her laughter in the nighttime wind, or glimpse her silhouette in the gleam of moonlit blossoms. Others believed that just offering thanks at a humble altar of stones and flowers could bring the grace of that goddess into their hearts. To meet her in her radiant joy at her daughter's return whispered blessings upon the fields. The wheat seeds stirred in their rows, as if stretching eager arms upward. The orchard trees, still bearing the memory of frosty nights, felt the goddess's warmth. Their limbs, once stark and bare, sprouted tight clusters of blossoms, white and pink and delicate as the hush of a lullaby. Bees began to visit these blossoms, collecting nectar and spreading promise from one bloom to the next. In hushed corners of barns and stables, farm folk prepared for the sowing season, grateful that nature's great cycle was back on track. Far above, upon a distant hill, an old temple ruin nestled between tall cypress trees. It once housed carved statues, paying homage to the gods. Over the years, vines and ivy had grown around fallen columns. Under the glow of the returning sunlight, fresh leaves uncurled around the broken stone. A traveller passing by at sunset paused to admire the silhouette of the temple against the soft orange sky, and thought he saw a gentle figure, wreathed in flowers, slip among the pillars before vanishing like a dream. He felt no fear, only awe, for the evening air seemed alive with blessings. A hush fell over him, as if he had stepped into a moment outside of time, bridging the mortal realm and the divine. The next morning, the traveller shared his story in the village tavern, where the fragrant steam of porridge mingled with the lively chatter of those who had come to exchange news. Some villagers nodded knowingly, relating tales of their own grandparents seeing glimpses of Persephone in the twilight. Others simply smiled and stirred their cups of tea, content to dwell in the quiet certainty that the goddess was among them, whether seen or unseen. For truly, the land itself was the greatest proof of her return. Meadows fragrant with wild thyme, streams swirling with melted snow, and a gentle hum of expectation that filled the crisp, cool dawn. In the fields just beyond the tavern's windows, the first poppies began to bud, their red blossoms still tucked away like secrets. A young woman, out gathering daisies for a wreath, noticed a trembling in the tall grass. She knelt, quietly parting the green strands, only to see a small hare nestled within. Wide-eyed and trembling, the hare radiated the shy energy of a newly awakened world. The young woman smiled, whispered a gentle greeting, and placed a single daisy near the creature before moving on. The hare remained, ears twitching at the slightest rustle. Its bright eyes reflected the woman's tender gesture. Soon it would hop away, carrying the story of kindness into the hush of the morning meadow. Over the next weeks, the spring countryside found a steady rhythm of gentle emergence. Flocks of birds hopped and fluttered through fields, adding splashes of colour and song to the gradually greening landscape. Soft rains fell during the afternoons, tapping lightly on roof tiles and forming tiny rivulets along pebbled paths. Children dashed outside after each shower, eager to see earthworms wriggling on the damp ground, or to dance in puddles warmed by the gentle sun. The steady cycle of soft rains and emerging sunshine wove a tapestry of brilliant life, painting the land in shades of green that the villagers had almost forgotten during the long winter. Now and then, a faint memory of winter returned on an early morning breeze, but the blossoming fields and the lengthening days left no doubt that spring had claimed its rightful place. The orchard blossoms drifted down in snowy petals, covering the ground in a fragrant carpet. Blossoms gave way to tiny fruits, pears and apples, beginning their journey to fullness under the watchful eye of Demeter, who took delight in each stage of growth. Springtime was not a dramatic fanfare, but a patient, comforting melody, building day by day, breath by breath. If anyone strolled beneath the tall oaks at dusk, they might sense a flutter of ethereal movement among the flowers, an echo of Persephone's gentle presence, blessing the earth. From Myth's vantage, her story had always been one of departure and return, of descent into darkness and triumphant re-emergence into the light. But in the hush of these spring twilights, one could believe that she walked side by side with the villagers. She was not a distant deity, but a kind soul who cherished every bud and blossom that emerged from the soil. Eventually, the hillside burst into a full tapestry of wildflowers. Marigolds and daisies, lavender and bluebells, poppies and pale windflowers, all swaying in a harmonious dance whenever the breeze drifted by. A young mother ventured there with her little daughter, weaving a flower crown as they meandered. The child's eyes sparkled, as if each blossom was a new miracle. A sense of reverence wove through the two of them, the mother recalling childhood memories of the first spring she'd been allowed to place an offering at a simple altar for Persephone, hoping to carry that devotion through another generation. They placed a small wreath of wildflowers at the base of an ancient tree, whispering gratitude to the goddess who had once again blessed the land. Meanwhile, the creatures of field and forest moved effortlessly in the symphony of renewal. Bees buzzed from flower to flower, collecting pollen in their fuzzy baskets, while butterflies danced overhead in light, gliding arcs. Squirrels raced across fresh, dew-laden grass, foraging for bits of seeds and nuts, delighting in the gentle warmth that touched their fur. Deer ventured closer to human dwellings, nibbling at the edges of gardens. Even the crows, perched on fence posts, seemed softened by the changing season, their calls less raucous, more contemplative, as though mindful of a sacred hush settled across the land. A lull of gentle days passed, each brimming with small yet wondrous transformations. The village itself glowed with fresh energy. Residents took to sweeping porches and opening windows wide, welcoming the crisp breeze into old rooms. Children brought home handfuls of wildflowers to place in simple clay jars, brightening the corners of modest kitchens. And all around, one could feel a subtle sense of relief, as if winter's weariness had truly been sloughed off, replaced by unwavering faith in the cyclical dance of nature. By the time the fields were fully green and fruit blossoms had mostly fallen, leaving behind young, hopeful fruit, the whisper of Persephone's footsteps had woven itself so thoroughly into the land that her presence seemed both everywhere and nowhere at once. The goddess had ushered in the promise of warmer days, then receded into the tapestry of the countryside, merging with every leaf and every bloom. Few questioned whether they'd truly glimpsed her, because they sensed that she was part of every gentle stirring they felt beneath their feet and within their hearts. One bright afternoon, a soft glow fell across the valley, and an old farmer paused in his work. He stood under the sun's golden rays, gazing out over the meadows and farmland, over the brilliant tapestry of wildflowers and the newly green forest. The wind was a mere whisper against his weathered cheeks. In that simple moment, he closed his eyes and breathed in the sweet scent of blossoms. Every care that had weighed upon him felt lighter. In an unspoken prayer, he offered thanks to Demeter and Persephone for returning life to the earth once more, for allowing him another season to till the soil and witness the miracle of growth. It was the kind of quiet awe that dwells in simplicity and gratitude. Over the next days, the gentle hush of spring mellowed, settling into a calm that blanketed the village and outlying hills. People went about their daily tasks with serene acceptance. Creatures grazed peacefully under sun-dappled canopies. The streams babbled softly, as though humming lullabies to the newly awakened fields. Nightfall arrived later each evening, wrapping the land in a cloak of mild starlight. If any villager ventured outside at dusk, they might witness the fireflies beginning their flickering dances among the tall grasses, matching the gentle twinkle of the stars above. At last, one early morning, as pink and lavender hues spread across the sky, the sense of spring's crescendo reached a beautiful stillness. The final echoes of winter had completely yielded, and spring stood triumphant, offering a playful promise of warmth. There in the meadow, the flowers nodded in the light, and the fox from before trotted through the dew, ears perked to the rustling and birdsong that greeted the dawn. Tiny droplets sparkled on petals and leaves like tiny gems. The whole valley, from the high hills to the rolling farmland, felt like a cradle of gentle wonder. Now, dear listener, all is peaceful, and the story begins to drift like a soft breeze at twilight. Let the tale's gentle echoes fill you with calm. In your own space, your breathing has slowed to a tender rhythm. Let the warmth of this springtime countryside rest in your heart. Know that the cycle of renewal is ever present, that each dawn heralds new beginnings. You do not need to hold on to these images too tightly. Simply let them float, like petals carried by a gentle stream. Feel your body gradually sinking deeper into rest. The weight of the day has faded, replaced by a soothing sense of connection to the ancient promise of life re-emerging from stillness. With each inhalation, imagine the soft scent of blossoming meadows. With each exhalation, release any lingering worries into the quiet night, like wisps of cloud drifting across a moonlit sky. Let the hush of nature's renewal wash over you, cradling you in a timeless lullaby, as if Demeter herself were whispering warmth and safety into the air around you. The springtime night is kind and forgiving. You've travelled gently through the tale, and now it's time to rest. Each breath carries you closest to a dreamscape where flowers glow in soft moonlight, and a sweet breeze carries the hush of distant myth. There is no rush and no hurry here. All is calm, all is serene. So close your eyes and embrace the silence that nurtures your spirit. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I invite you now to settle into a soft, comforting space. You are here to drift into a state of deep rest, and together we will wander among lush greenery and tranquil waters. As you hear my voice, feel your body begin to relax, any remaining tension flowing away like a gentle stream. Tonight, we will travel through the gardens of Babylon, a timeless place where nature's whispers and soft drifting breezes invite you to let go of the cares of the day. Breathe in slowly and deeply, and sense that delightful wave of calm washing through your limbs. As you exhale, imagine your breath carrying away any heaviness, leaving only a lightness behind. In this moment, you are safe, relaxed, and at peace. Soon, you will step into a realm beyond ordinary reality, carried by a serene current into an ancient oasis of soft nature, sounds, and quiet wonder. Long ago, there was a peaceful traveler who came upon the towering walls of a legendary city. Just beyond those walls, the fabled gardens of Babylon blossomed under an endless sky. Magnificent terraces rose one atop another in cascades of greenery, and clusters of flowering vines trailed gracefully down ancient stone columns. In the tranquility of early dusk, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the gentle glow of twilight fell upon the leaves, turning each delicate petal into a shimmering sign of evening's grace. Drawn to this lush retreat, the traveller stepped into a broad courtyard lined with tall date palms. Their feathery fronds swayed softly in the twilight breeze, and the gentle hush of rustling leaves provided the first soothing welcome. Water trickled nearby, as though the stones themselves whispered old secrets of the land. A pathway led through gardens dotted with luminescent lanterns, each one casting a halo of soft light. It was a realm where night-blooming flowers unfurled their petals, releasing fragrances so subtle they seemed to blend with the night air, weaving scent and darkness into a soothing lullaby. The traveller walked slowly, absorbing the serene hush of this hidden paradise. At times, the only sound was the quiet thump of a heart beating calmly in the chest, so peaceful that the traveller nearly forgot anything existed outside these walls. Clusters of wildflowers in pastel hues lined the path, and when the breeze stirred, it carried the delicate perfume of newly opened petals. A sense of wonder rose from the very stones beneath the visitor's feet. A wide reflecting pool waited in the centre of the garden, its edges trimmed with low, polished stones worn smooth by time. Reeds and grasses wove together along the water's border, creating a tapestry of shimmering greens. The surface of the pool appeared like black glass in the deepening dusk, but closer inspection revealed the slow ripples of graceful koi fish beneath. Their gentle arcs and slow turns in the water reflected the quiet peace of the hour. Whenever the traveller paused, these subtle ripples moved outward, sending shimmering lines across the water that caught the moon's reflection and transformed it into elongated silver ribbons. Amid the terraced design of the garden, winding walkways rose and fell like gentle waves upon the earth, leading to small alcoves draped in ivy Subtle stone benches with cushions sat in perfect stillness, inviting weary souls to rest. Overhead, starry pinpoints began to glow against the velvety sky. First, a few glimmers, and then a vivid tapestry that seemed to envelop the entire realm. Gently, the traveller moved onward, drawn by the light of lanterns and a soft rustling that hinted at more secrets hidden among the vines. Around the corner, a vine-covered archway led to a wide terrace overlooking the quiet city lights below. Here, the outline of ancient buildings and winding streets faded into the distance, and the canopy of night stretched endlessly above. Soft grasses underfoot encouraged a lighter step, each blade brushing gently against leather sandals. The sweet hush of a warm evening felt like a tender embrace. In the heart of the gardens, an elegant fountain gleamed under moonlight, its tears fashioned from smooth marble. Water cascaded, trickling down in a murmuring lull, each drop reflecting a glint of starlight. That steady, melodic sound formed the backdrop for a gentle chorus of night creatures. Tiny crickets hidden away in the foliage, distant owls softly calling from the city walls, and perhaps even the faint flutter of bat wings overhead. Warm breezes carried the faint sound of harps, delicately played somewhere unseen, adding a melodic undertone to the nocturnal landscape. It was as if the gardens themselves were singing a lullaby to anyone who stepped inside, an invitation to let go of worldly concerns and blend into the serene rhythms of the night. A single night-blooming lotus in a nearby pond caught the traveller's attention. Its soft petals glowed in pearly white, swaying to the quiet pulse of the water. The minimal ripple that circled its stem formed a gentle, hypnotic pattern. The traveller continued, each footstep measured and calm. The path wove through corridors of hanging vines that dripped with dew, then meandered into open terraces washed in moonlight. As more stars emerged, they lent their shimmering light to the greenery. The faintest fragrance of jasmine wafted by, reminiscent of distant memories and ancient stories, told before the invention of pen and parchment. While venturing deeper, the traveller encountered massive pillars that stretched into the sky, their surfaces etched with fading illustrations. Once vibrant, these images now lay subdued, gently reminding any observer of forgotten eras. Upon closer inspection, they depicted scenes of celebrations, banquets, and gatherings of people long past, all set amid gardens not unlike these. The faint outline of dancers swirling in rhythmic unison seemed to come alive in the traveller's imagination, as though they danced still, just at the edges of sight. In a quiet corner of this living tapestry, a small sanctuary of desert plants stood in patient array. Succulents, cacti, and spiky fronds shaped into artful clusters. Their sharp lines contrasted with the soft moss and trailing vines. Yet they, too, thrived beneath the same gentle night sky. Each plant seemed carefully placed, as if to balance the abundant greenery with a moment of still, sturdy beauty. A short, carved wooden sign indicated this was a sacred section meant to honour the desert from which these gardens had been born. The traveller paused here, giving silent gratitude for the variety of life that flourished, no matter how harsh or gentle the environment. Continuing onward, the traveller found a set of stone steps leading to a higher terrace. The stones carried traces of ancient footprints, as though many before had climbed this same path to gaze upon the wonders from up high. Soft vines curled around the handrails, tiny flowers blooming along the way. Each step upward revealed a broader perspective of the garden below. The softly illuminated paths, the calm pools, and the interplay of moonbeams and lantern light shimmering across the leaves. From this vantage point, one might see how each terrace connected to the next, forming a harmonious pattern that guided the eyes and soothed the mind. On the upper terrace, an open-air pavilion stood like a silent guardian. Its ceiling of woven reeds let starlight spill through in shifting patterns. Potted herbs lined the edges, lavender, mint, sage, each releasing a subtle aroma into the night air whenever a breeze touched their leaves. Within the pavilion were low cushions scattered upon a woven mat, inviting any passerby to sit, rest, and perhaps meditate. The traveller settled there, sinking into the softness, heart rate slowing. There was no hurry, only the gentle passing of moments under a serene sky. The hush of water against stone, the mild rustle of leaves overhead, and the light swirl of a warm breeze through open arches combined into a chorus of night. In the pavilion's corner stood a small table carved from cedar. Upon it, a single candle flickered, its flame dancing in time with the garden's breath. The traveller's eyes followed the flickering light, letting thoughts drift as if carried away by the faintest currents of air. The hour grew later, and the sky darkened into deeper shades of indigo and violet. More stars appeared, countless tiny beacons shimmering overhead. Some formed recognizable clusters, while others shone in swirling trails across the endless sky. These cosmic patterns mirrored the shapes found in the garden below, as if nature had etched the entire realm in alignment with celestial design. Gazing out from the pavilion, the traveller felt a sense of oneness with the universal flow of time and existence. A quiet cat, slender and graceful, emerged from behind a column. Its curious eyes reflected the candle's glow, and it padded silently toward the visitor. For a moment, its presence felt like a gentle reminder of companionship in this peaceful solitude. With a soft purr, the cat circled around the traveller's feet, weaving a comforting pattern. Even the cat's movements seemed part of the garden's lullaby. From a terrace below, the wind carried the faint notes of a reed flute, softly echoing across the starlit courtyards. It was a melody of gentle rises and falls, reminiscent of flowing water. Listening quietly, the traveller allowed the music to fill every corner of the mind, resonating with the slow rhythm of breath and heartbeat. In the background, the cricket's chorus accompanied the flute, forming a natural harmony as ancient as the stones themselves. When the music faded, the traveller rose from the cushion and stepped back onto the winding path. The cat flicked its tail and followed for a few paces before slipping away into the shadows, its presence fading into silent mystery. Lanterns guided each step forward, their warm glow casting patterns on the ground. Passing under a tall archway of braided vines, the traveller entered a secluded courtyard draped in midnight blossoms. Pale petals glowed like tiny moons, their perfumes sweet and enchanting. A single stone bench beckoned, carved with images of swirling leaves and delicate birds. The traveller sat again, resting, inhaling the aromatic night air. Nearby, a cluster of hanging flower pots dangled from cedar beams. Their blossoms cascaded in gentle layers, forming floral curtains that swayed in the mild wind. Hummingbirds, at rest for the night, were nowhere to be seen, yet one could imagine their bright presence in daylight hours, hovering in delicate arcs to sip nectar. For now, the hush of night blanketed every leaf and blossom. Time meandered without urgency as the traveller lingered on that bench, taking in the subtle symphony of night. The gardens of Babylon seemed alive, yet perpetually at peace. Each gentle sound, water, breeze, distant flute, rustling leaves, helped the traveller sink deeper into a realm of calm. It felt as though the traveller had arrived at the threshold of a dream, where every step was a soft invitation to go further within, exploring a place beyond any worldly concern. A path of small, polished stones led deeper still, curving beneath intertwined branches that created a natural tunnel. The canopy overhead was dotted with glowing pearls of starlight filtered through leaves. Moisture from the evening air settled on each leaf, forming droplets that shimmered like tiny jewels. At intervals, the traveller reached out to brush fingertips against the branches, feeling the cool dew, connecting with the garden through gentle, mindful touch. Emerging from the foliage, the traveller discovered a secluded water garden where stone channels guided trickles of water down from a higher spring. Here, the quiet cascade pooled into small basins, each overflowing gently into the next. It was a cascading lullaby, the patient voice of water that had flowed for centuries. Lush ferns and broad-leafed plants embraced the edges of each basin, their leaves swaying in hushed harmony. Soft light from a solitary lantern revealed koi fish, their scales reflecting shimmering gold whenever they drifted through the beam. This hidden corner seemed made for reflection, for listening to nature's poetry. In the centre of this water garden stood a weathered column, intricately carved with vines, birds, and wave-like patterns. At the top rested a rounded stone where water continuously trickled, forming rivulets that glided down the column's crevices. Thin wisps of mist rose from the moving water, and in the stillness one could trace the gentle curves of the flowing droplets, each containing a minuscule reflection of the night sky. Absorbed in the beauty, the traveller leaned closer, resting a hand on the cool marble edge of a low pool. The mild humidity caressed the skin, a gentle reminder of water's enduring presence in this dry land. As the night deepened, a comforting embrace of warm air balanced the coolness of the water. There was no rush, only the garden's invitation to stay, to rest, to be at peace. A hidden step led upward, winding around a cluster of ancient fig trees. Their twisted roots and wide trunks lent the path a sense of timelessness. Moss-laden stones formed natural seats, and fireflies began to appear, flickering in and out of the darkness like tiny glowing sentinels. Each flash of light was gentle and brief, illuminating small corners of the foliage before vanishing again. The traveller moved slowly, pausing to watch these silent dancers, imagining they carried dreams and hopes from one blossom to the next. The higher the traveller climbed, the wider the view of the entire garden, revealing terraces awash in silvery moonlight. Soft breezes seemed to carry murmured stories through the leaves, echoes from distant times. A sense of awe filled the traveller's heart, joined with deep gratitude for the chance to wander in this sacred haven. The gardens felt less like a physical place and more like a state of being, an oasis of calm that would remain timeless and eternal within any who experienced it. Reaching the topmost terrace, the traveller found a serene platform where thick greenery gave way to an open view of the horizon. Above, the moon hung low, gleaming white among the endless stars. The glow revealed the silent silhouette of mountains far away, their edges hazy in the darkness. From this vantage point, the city below blended with the land, forming an ocean of muted shadows. The gardens, in contrast, remained an illuminated island of gentle life. Large, soft cushions ringed a central fire pit, though the fire was reduced to faint embers now, casting just the smallest hint of warmth. Even so, the residual glow brought comfort to the scene. A tall clay pitcher sat upon a flat stone beside the cushions, containing cool water infused with slices of cucumber and bits of mint. The traveller poured a small cup, feeling its refreshing chill trickle down the throat. The garden's hush enveloped every sense, lulling mind and body into a tranquil harmony. As the traveller sat by the last embers of the fire, the faintest hints of a breeze ruffled the surrounding fronds, merging with the distant trickle of fountains below. Now and again, a night bird sang in the orchard, just a brief, soulful note, as if to call gently through the stillness. The languid dance of the embers matched the slowed breathing of the traveller, thoughts drifting like clouds across a gentle summer sky. The hush of midnight settled in. The posture of the traveller softened, shoulders falling gently, eyelids heavy with restful yearning. Everything in the garden seemed to signal rest and surrender. The quiet forms of the statues, the soft hush of water, the wind's soothing murmur. It was a lullaby shaped by ancient hands and nourished by centuries of care. Now, in the lingering moments before slumber, the pace of all things began to slow. The nighttime air stilled, as if the entire world took one long, gentle breath. The leaves and branches that rustled earlier lay peacefully in the warm hush. In the depths of the terraces, water, continued its soft journey, but even that sound felt distant and dreamlike, a memory of a lullaby drifting on the edges of hearing. That final drift of the wind carried the garden's sweet fragrance, hints of jasmine, lavender, and dewy foliage. The hour was late, and each flower nestled into the soft hush of night, closing petals as if to rest. The sky overhead shimmered in unwavering starlight, bearing silent witness to anyone seeking solace. Within this perfect balance of darkness and soft light, the traveller released the last traces of the day's thoughts. Breathing grew gentler, each inhalation a tender invitation, each exhalation a quiet surrender. The stillness wrapped itself around the traveller like a silken shawl. The distant flute no longer played, the cat no longer wandered, only subtle echoes remained, comforting in their absence. One by one, the night creatures hushed, giving the moment entirely to repose. The traveller's eyes gently closed. There was no urgency, no pressing concern. Thoughts dissolved into the soothing tapestry of the gardens of Babylon, where everything existed in a slow, harmonic balance. In that complete quiet, even the heartbeat felt like part of the universal rhythm, pulsing in time with an ancient lullaby that the walls and flowers sang in silence. Minds drifted into dreams of vines climbing ancient pillars, wide open courtyards flooded with moonlight, and glimmers of warm lanterns along every path. A sense of weightlessness took hold, as though the very air conspired to cradle weary souls. Gently, the traveller sank beyond wakefulness, guided by the unspoken promise of a deep and restful slumber. So, let the hush of these ancient gardens enfold you. Let the soft, flowing waters carry you deeper into a peaceful night, where worries fade into the background. The sweet lullaby of midnight resonates still, a soothing hum that wraps you in serenity. As the last conscious thoughts dim, the star-filled sky above remains, a silent guardian of dreams. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, dear one, and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I invite you to settle in and allow the day's cares to slip gently away. Notice the pace of your breathing, the rhythmic rise and fall of your chest, the quiet hush that descends as you close your eyes or gently soften your gaze. You're here for a journey, a soft voyage into a land where dawn's first glow is ushered in by a mythic lyre, played by the hand of Apollo himself. Imagine, for a moment, a realm of warm moonlight and beckoning stars, where the boundary between wakefulness and dreaming feels thin as silk. Exhale any tension you sense in your forehead or your shoulders, letting it flow out with your breath. Let each inhale invite calm, and each exhale release any lingering weight. Soon you'll drift into a tale where luminous melodies herald the morning, and the hush of distant harps brings you peace. You may feel the subtle warmth of your blankets, or the coolness of the night air upon your skin. Each small sensation reminds you that now is the time to rest, to let go, and to allow this enchanting story to guide you into a place of deep serenity. Listen for a moment to the soft hum of silence around you. Perhaps you hear your own breath or the faint whisper of a breeze outside. That's all part of the tapestry of stillness. Breathe in deeply, hold the breath for a moment, and then exhale, letting every muscle in your body relax. Slowly, gently, we begin. In a land untouched by haste, a young wanderer steps forth onto a winding path of shimmering stones. The sky above, draped in the deepest midnight blue, sparkles with radiant stars that seem to bend low and greet the quiet traveller. A gentle hush covers the countryside. No frantic motion, no loud commotion, only the tender stirring of wind among tall grasses. Every blade sways as though in harmony with a silent music, a steady lullaby pulsing through the ground and rising up into the night air. The traveller's name is lost among the hush of this realm. Here, names hold little weight. What matters is the slow, measured heartbeat that resonates with the gentle rhythms of nature. With each cautious step, the traveller feels the velvety texture of moss beneath well-worn boots, taking comfort in the softness of this earth. The path leads toward a rolling meadow where wildflowers glow in faint pastel shades. Delicate petals catch even the smallest flecks of moonlight, illuminating themselves like tiny lanterns guiding the way. Yet beyond these meadows lies something more, a subtle promise in the air, a sensation that dawn is approaching, and with it, a stirring that calls forth Apollo's lyre. Even in the stillness of night, the horizon carries a whisper of sunlit gold. The traveller senses it in the crisp hush just before daybreak, a moment suspended in time. The hush is not of emptiness, but rather a pregnant pause, as though the entire realm holds its breath, waiting for the first chord of a celestial melody to ring out. In the soft hush, a small glade appears, circled by ancient trees whose gnarled trunks speak of centuries past. Their branches twist upward, forging a natural cathedral, each leaf trembling in anticipation of a gentle sunrise. Like a guiding star, A faint glow beckons deeper into the glade, where a slender stream flows over smooth stones, its surface glinting with flashes of reflected starlight. It's as if the stream itself hums with some secret tune, one only the forest can comprehend. Drawn to this murmuring water, the traveller kneels. There, upon the surface, the reflection of the sky is alive. Stars dance like fireflies, and the moon rests upon the current with a pale, tranquil face. As night lingers, the traveller cups a hand and sips from the pristine brook, tasting water as pure as the hush itself. Coolness cascades from lips to heart, and a soothing, tingling warmth spreads, quieting even the most restless thoughts. A little farther ahead, an aged archway of woven vines stands, gracefully marking the boundary between the glade and the open meadow beyond. The vines bear tender leaves shaped like hearts, as though symbolizing the love and harmony that abide in this ancient place. As the traveller steps through, the hush of night deepens, and the song of the stream and the stirring leaves follow. Beyond the arch, the meadow unrolls in a wide tapestry of velvety grass, luminous night-blooming flowers, and a shimmering row of small lights perched along the edges, perhaps tiny winged sprites or distant glowworms, adding their soft luminescence to the scene. Each glimmer is a friendly signal, inviting, guiding, and ever so gentle. In the heart of that meadow, a translucent canopy of pale white cloth billows in the mild breeze. Beneath this canopy, a circular dais of smooth marble emerges, gleaming under the moonlight. Its surface carries faint carvings that tell an old story, curves and lines like lyrical notes dancing across the stone. This is not a place for crowds or pageantry. Rather, it is a stage for the dawn itself, a spot where the gentle energies of the coming day assemble long before the first sunlight brushes the horizon. At its center stands a simple stand made of polished cedar wood, lovingly adorned with gold leaf. One might think it a resting place for something sacred, an instrument, perhaps. Indeed, the dais lies empty now, awaiting the moment when Apollo's lyre will come forth. Legends speak of an ancient promise, that with each dawn, strings of that fabled lyre are set to resonate, warming the land and enchanting every living thing. The traveller senses that even though the lyre is not yet in sight, the very air around the dais glows with quiet reverence. As if drawn by an invisible cord, the traveller steps lightly onto the marble, each footstep echoing like the echo of a distant string plucked in anticipation. Still, the night remains calm, and the traveller finds a gentle place to rest on a tuft of soft, sweet-smelling grass next to the dais. A hush pervades everything, as though the entire world awaits the very moment when the sky will shift from deep blue to the pale gold of impending dawn. The wind, so quiet before, begins to whisper across the traveller's cheeks. It brings the faint smell of dew, along with the soothing hush of leaves in the distance, stirring a sense of awe for what is about to unfold. Unhurried moments pass. The traveller's eyelids grow heavy, lulled by the softness of the meadow and the mild, rhythmic breath of the surrounding forest. Within this reverent silence, a light emerges over the horizon, not sudden or jarring, but gentle, like a slow exhale of shimmering gold across the sky's dark canvas. Tendrils of pale pink and soft lavender stretch across the heavens, meeting the stars that linger, as if bidding them farewell until dusk returns. A quiet hush travels through the land. Trees, flowers, and even the still waters of the stream, acknowledging the arrival of something ethereal. In the midst of that gentle shift, a figure emerges through the vine-laced archway. Cloaked in a robe of moonlit white, the figure strides gracefully, each step whispering with an otherworldly poise. Though the face remains soft and serene, one senses a warmth and a quiet majesty. Leaning upon the crook of the figure's arm is a wooden case, gilded with subtle patterns that seem to catch the earliest rays of dawn. The traveller's heart quickens, not in fear, but in peaceful wonder, for the air grows warmer and more comforting with each forward step of this radiant presence. This is the guardian of Apollo's lyre, arriving just before the sun's rays fully break free of the horizon. With utmost reverence, the guardian approaches the dais and sets the gilded case gently on the carved stand. The hush deepens, as if even the meadow itself holds its breath. Then, with calm deliberation, the guardian opens the case, revealing a lyre shaped from polished gold and smooth, pale wood. Its frame catches the morning's first glimmers, reflecting soft beams of pink and gold. Delicate strings stretch from tip to base, each one shimmering like threads spun from the sun's own light. The guardian lifts the lyre carefully, cradling it as one might hold a beloved child. Then, in this sacred stillness, the guardian begins to play. The first notes float upon the breeze, warm and gentle, a lullaby for the lingering darkness. Each chord resonates through the marble dais, into the grass, and onward across the meadow. It's as though the very air breathes in and out with the rhythm of the notes, and the dew-kissed petals quiver in response. Slowly, steadily, the sky shifts from lavender to pale gold, and the sun peeks shyly over the distant hills. The traveller watches this unfolding spectacle, captivated. There is no loud fanfare, no rousing battle cry. Instead, these tender chords weave a tapestry of light, guiding the sun upwards in a peaceful union of colour and melody. With each breath of the lyre's music, the fields become bathed in new layers of warmth. Rays of light stretch further and further, unveiling the gentle glow of the dais, the ancient trees, and the sleeping earth that now awakens under Apollo's blessing. Animals begin to stir. Tiny birds fluff their feathers and greet the morning with delicate chirps, while a soft rustle in the brush hints at other woodland creatures, rising to greet the day. The lyre's song, known throughout myth as Apollo's morning hymn, forms a promise etched in every sunrise, that in the quiet hours of dawn, hope is renewed, and light conquers any lingering shadows of the night. The traveller's heart fills with calm, as if touched by an unseen hand that assures peace and gentleness. The chords shift then, moving into a slow crescendo that gently rouses each living thing. The hush is never broken. Instead, the music and dawn together create a soft awakening, serene yet profound. As the sun climbs higher, the gentle pinks and purples in the sky give way to a soft gold that reflects on every surface. The dew on the wildflowers sparkles like tiny jewels. Petals unfold, lifting to face the welcome warmth, and the traveller feels a deep sense of belonging within this blossoming moment. The guardian continues to play, fingers dancing across the strings in a fluid motion, each note carefully placed to honour the fragile purity of dawn. There is no hurry, no rush, just a tender, melodic ushering of light into the world. Once the sun is firmly in the sky and its rays stretch across the meadow in earnest, the guardian gently lowers the lyre. The final chord lingers in the air, reverberating until the world stands fully in the gentle brightness of morning. Even then, a faint echo of the hymn seems to drift on the breeze, spiraling through the branches of the ancient trees, crossing the ripples in the stream, and settling into the very soil beneath the dais. Animals gather at the meadow's edge, unafraid. Their eyes shine with a quiet awe, as though acknowledging the splendour they have witnessed countless times, yet never take for granted. A sense of stillness wraps the traveller like a comforting shawl. There is no need for words, for the music has done its work. The guardian closes the lyre back into its gilded case, leaving behind an atmosphere brimming with a soft, renewed energy. With a final, gracious bow to the warming sun, the guardian turns and slips through the vine-laced archway, disappearing into the softly shimmering haze that always follows sunrise in these enchanted lands. Now fully awake, the traveller stands and gazes about. The meadow, once cloaked in night, is alive with colour. Gentle breezes carry the scent of morning blossoms, and the soft calls of distant birds swirl in the air. In this moment, the traveller feels not just an observer, but a vital part of the realm's awakening. The hush of dawn transitions into the gentle breath of a new day, and every living thing seems infused with a peaceful sense of purpose. The travelling soul wanders toward a small cluster of flowers at the meadow's edge, drawn by their pastel blues and lilacs. Kneeling down, the traveller marvels at the graceful arcs of the petals, each drop of dew scattering tiny rainbows in the morning light. Time moves gently here, as if the land itself lives in a state of perpetual calm. Even the sunlight, though warm, settles softly, easing the realm into the rhythm of day. No hurry intrudes upon this place, and the traveller feels each heartbeat aligning with that tranquil pace. There is a well-worn trail leading away from the meadow, winding between mossy stones and ancient oaks draped in hanging vines. Drawn by the prospect of quiet exploration, the traveller follows, footsteps muffled by the blanket of gentle moss. Along the path, clusters of buttercup-coloured mushrooms sprout in dappled patches of light. Wisps of fog trail low to the ground, remnants of night's last cool breath, gliding around tree roots and creeping up the trunks in thin filaments. The traveller passes beneath arches of leaf and vine, each moment suffused with the melodic hush that the morning hymn has left behind. A persistent sense of peace clings to every branch and leaf, as though they, too, are still resonating with the gentle chords that greeted dawn. In a small clearing off the main path, the traveller finds a circle of smooth stones arranged around a shallow pool. Lush ferns and blossoms encircle the stones, creating a natural tapestry of greens, pinks, and subtle violets. This is a place of reflection, a quiet respite where one can linger in gratitude for the day now unfolding. Leaning forward, the traveller looks into the water's surface, calm and mirror-like. The reflection shows a face lit by the glow of morning, eyes brimming with the memory of the lyre's music. A slow breath in, a slow breath out, and the traveller closes those eyes, recalling the enchantment of each note. The quiet resonates in the traveller's chest, a memory, or perhaps a gentle chord echoing in the distance, still playing within. When the traveller's eyes open again, the pool reflects a sky of brilliant azure. The sun has climbed a bit higher, its light filtering through the canopy of leaves. The hush remains, but it is the hush of contentment, of life unhurried. A soft path continues onward, lined by ferns that sway gently, parting like velvet curtains in the morning breeze. The traveller steps carefully, stepping into dappled patches of sunlight, passing under a wooden arch overgrown with sweet-scented blossoms. Tiny petals drift down, carried by the breeze, their soft scents reminiscent of honey and fresh dew. Eventually, the forest begins to thin, opening onto a small glen where a tranquil pond gleams. Tall reeds sway at its edges, brushing the water's surface with the faintest ripples. In the center of the pond, a single lily pad holds a pale blossom shaped like a star. Above, gentle white clouds float through the sky, each shaped anew by the wind. The traveller pauses, drawn to the serene scene. A great heron, poised on stilt-like legs, stands in the shallows, watching the water with quiet grace. After a moment, it opens its wings in a slow stretch and lifts away, vanishing into the dappled sunlight that filters through the overarching boughs. Recalling the melody of Apollo's morning hymn, the traveller hums a soft tune, letting the gentle vibrations soothe body and mind. The notes meander, faint echoes of the lyre's warm chords. Even without the golden strings, the memory of the song lingers, weaving through one's thoughts like a comforting thread. The traveller's eyelids grow heavy, lulled by the subtle hush that envelops all. Yet it is a pleasant heaviness, a sign of peace rather than fatigue. Rest seems to beckon from every corner of this realm, as though the mere presence of that morning hymn drapes the land in an aura of serenity. A path of smooth, flat stones leads across a trickling stream, then vanishes into a stretch of soft grass. As the traveller follows, the hush of wind through leaves mingles with the occasional birdsong, forming a lullaby of nature. Soon, a cluster of willow trees appears, their drooping branches creating a shady enclave. The traveller steps beneath the emerald canopy, inhaling the moist scent of earth and greenery. Here, the light is dappled, casting gentle patterns on the ground, reminiscent of lace or filigree. Under these willows stands a small bench carved from polished wood. Though simple, it exudes a quiet invitation to sit, to rest, and to let the mind drift as easily as clouds in a summer sky. The traveller complies, lowering onto the bench, the wooden surface smooth and comforting. A sigh escapes, unbidden, and in that exhalation is a letting go of all remaining tension. One's shoulders soften, the heartbeat finds a slower, dreamy rhythm. Warm, golden light filters through the swaying leaves, painting the grass in shifting patterns of brightness and shade. The traveller's eyes grow softer, thoughts drifting to the dawn's melody, the gentle chords that awakened this realm, without jarring it from its slumber. In the hush of late morning, time slips into a gentle lull, each breath measured, each heartbeat steady. That sense of watchful calm remains, as if even now the essence of Apollo's lyre resonates within every leaf and blade of grass, reminding the land to remain in gentle harmony. The traveller surrenders to that hush, allowing the breath to come and go without effort. Like the soft tide of a tranquil ocean. As the day edges toward a slower pace, the traveller finds a new stillness settling in. The sun is high overhead, but its warmth is forgiving, more of a gentle enveloping than a harsh heat. The world continues in a peaceful hum, as if the traveller's presence here is part of a grand, silent dance. Each living thing moves slowly, gracefully, in tune with the lullaby that began at dawn. If there is any last flicker of wakeful thought, it gently fades now. The traveller's limbs feel lighter, the mind unwinding like a skein of soft yarn. Breathing becomes deeper, and in each inhale and exhale, there is a subtle release of all earthly cares. No burdens remain, only a tender relaxation that seeps into every muscle and every joint. The eyes close softly, letting the hush cradle them in drowsy tranquility. Soon, the traveller's consciousness drifts as though on a quiet tide, carrying them toward a restful realm beyond the edges of day. Perhaps the echo of Apollo's lyre still lingers, a distant golden thread of melody weaving through half-remembered dreams. That gentle music resonates with the slow beating of a heart at peace, a lullaby for all who wander these enchanted lands, reminding each soul that they are safe, cherished, and perfectly at ease. The meadow remains calm. The dais stands as it always has, waiting for the next dawn when the lyre's chords will once again greet the rising sun. In the hush of this moment, there is nothing left to do but surrender to the soothing embrace of sleep, letting the echoes of that celestial melody envelop every thought, every breath, and every sensation. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. May the gentle warmth of Apollo's morning hymn guide you into the deepest realms of rest, holding you in a cocoon of quiet light until the dawn greets you once more.
Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, a place where you are invited to set aside all worries and drift into a realm of deep tranquility. Tonight, you will be guided into the gentle arms of slumber by a soft Greek tale called Helen of Troy's Moonlight. Before you begin, find a comfortable position. Allow your eyes to close and notice how easily your breath comes and goes. Feel your body sink deeper into the bed or chair, weightless with relaxation. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest, each breath guiding you toward peace. You are safe here. In just a moment, you will travel to an ancient world bathed in moonlit wonder. Take a long, slow inhale, then exhale. Let any tension slip away, as if carried off by a calming breeze. Breathe in once more, filling your lungs with soothing warmth, and exhale, releasing all lingering worries into the night air. The stars above you shine, waiting to accompany you on this journey. Your heart feels light, and your mind begins to rest. In your imagination, let a soft glow surround you, like a cloak of moonlight enveloping your entire being. No rush, no expectations. Simply allow this glow to transport you to a place where myths and magic blend seamlessly. Breathe in that gentle hush, and breathe out any trace of concern. Soon, you will drift into a story of soft Greek nights and moonlit shores. In this restful space, you find the promise of calmness unfolding. On a balmy evening in ancient Greece, long before the world knew the clang of battle or the cries of heroes, Helen stood upon the gentle rise of a moonlit garden. The hour was very late, and the world around her slept in quiet contentment. Soft, cool breezes roamed about, barely stirring the lush leaves of the aromatic myrtle bushes that dotted the edges of her sanctuary. High above, the moon shone, its silvery glow illuminating her face. Each beam of moonlight seemed to catch in her hair, weaving luminescent threads that shimmered whenever she moved. Helen had come to this tranquil spot, nestled behind the grand palace walls, for its peace. Thick, ancient stones rose around the gardens, creating a protective enclosure, as if the very grounds sought to keep the nighttime hush safe from the bustle of the day. A labyrinth of pathways meandered amid low hedges, fragrant blooms, and small fountains that whispered quietly through trickling water. By daylight, this garden teemed with bright colors and chatter, but now it existed in serene stillness, a silent realm claimed by the moon. Even the sea, visible in the far distance, appeared calm and reflective under the moon's gentle light. White-capped waves rolled ashore, but they seemed to whisper rather than roar. Helen gazed toward that distant shoreline with a thoughtful look. Though her beauty was famed across the land, in this moment she was as unassuming as a gentle breeze that caresses a sleeping city. She listened to the faint gull calls drifting in from the coast, their cries softened to lullabies by the hush of the late hour. In the center of the garden stood a small marble fountain shaped like a seashell, its basin lined with smooth pebbles. Helen approached it, leaning over to trace a finger through the water's surface. She watched the ripples spread outward, catching and reflecting the moonlight in dancing patterns. Tiny fish, no larger than a fingertip, glided within the fountain, their scales flickering silver in the night's glow. A few curious ones paused near Helen's finger, as though greeting her before they swam gracefully away. Tonight, she wore a simple gown of pale linen, the fabric so light and gentle that it moved with every slight shift in the air. A delicate shawl, woven from threads that captured faint iridescence, hung loosely around her shoulders. Despite her regal bearing, there was no grandeur in her posture, only the poised calm of someone who'd found a moment of solitude. There was a thoughtful quiet in her expression, as if she sought the moon's guidance for a secret wish. Beyond the low stone walls, the city itself dozed in peaceful slumber. The flicker of a lantern here, the glow of a distant brazier there, evidence that a handful of people still moved about in the hush. Most, however, slumbered deeply, lulled by the gentle sea breezes that cooled the air of the warm Greek night. From the palace, the watchful silhouettes of a few night attendants could be glimpsed, but they too stood tranquil, certain that nothing would disturb such an evening. As Helen circled the fountain, an owl perched on a nearby olive branch hooted softly, as if to greet her. She lifted her eyes toward it, smiling in acknowledgement. The bird ruffled its feathers, then settled again, watchful yet calm. The call of the owl was a quiet punctuation in the night, reminding any listener of the forest's hidden life, awake and vital even when humans slept. Helen's steps led her past rows of lavender and rosemary, their scents stirred by the breeze and carried upward toward the star-studded sky. The plants glowed a faint silver under the moon's beams, as if every leaf had been gently dusted with starlight. She breathed in deeply, finding comfort in their familiar aromas. These gardens had long been a refuge for her, a place where she could step away from everything else and let the hush of nature cradle her thoughts. Gradually, she walked down a meandering path of polished stones that gleamed underfoot. The path curved around hedges and led to a small arbor. Vines of climbing jasmine draped the wooden structure, and clusters of delicate white flowers released a perfume that mingled with the soft ocean air. Helen paused there, letting her fingers brush against the blossoms, collecting a faint shimmer of night dew on her skin. The dew felt cool, like the gentle reassurance of the nighttime air. Under this fragrant arch, the moonlight formed a radiant pool at her feet. From a distance, it looked almost as though she were standing in a circle of liquid silver. Helen gazed upward, and for a moment, it seemed the moon itself cast a kind of blessing. If anyone else had been watching, they might have believed that her legendary beauty grew even more luminous under that gentle glow. Yet the night was quiet, and Helen stood alone, thinking of far-off places she had heard whispered in stories. Forests of cypress, islands dotted with marble temples, mountains where gods were said to dwell among the clouds. In this hushed garden, her mind drifted in peaceful reverie. Far from any trouble, Helen felt only the tender presence of the moon and the dreamy hush that wrapped the entire palace in gentle silver. The lull of cicadas, distant in the night, hummed from the hills beyond the city, their soft chorus weaving a lullaby across the garden. Turning from the arbor, Helen followed another small path that twisted toward a modest gate. Beyond it lay a low corridor that opened onto a cobblestone street. The city's architecture, white walls, terracotta roofs, pillars carved with motifs of vines and waves, rested under a blanket of starlight. The street lamps had burned low to conserve oil in the late hour, so that only the faint glow of an occasional torch flickered around corners. Helen stepped through the gate, guided by the gentle wonder that sometimes calls from beyond familiar walls at night. Her sandals made a soft tapping on the stones. Here, in the hush of slumbering Troy, she noticed details easily overlooked by day. The subtle shape of door knockers engraved with sea creatures, the faint sheen of polished thresholds, the tranquil shadows cast by statue and column. A cat slinked out from behind a potted fig tree, pausing to stare at Helen with golden eyes that flashed in the dim. She knelt down, offering a hand in silent greeting. The cat, seeming to sense her calm, stepped forward to rub against her palm. Helen stroked its soft fur, her heart warmed by this gentle companion of the night. After a moment, the cat slipped away into another shadow, continuing its silent prowl. Helen's destination was not far. A curved stone staircase leading up a gentle slope, ultimately opening onto the top of the city's ancient outer wall. She ascended with a relaxed grace, one hand resting lightly on the smooth stone parapet for balance. At the top, she was greeted by a panoramic view of the sea, a vast mirror reflecting the moon's pale disk. The hush was nearly absolute, broken only by the soft hush-hush of the distant surf. Looking beyond the city perimeter, Helen saw the rolling farmland that surrounded Troy, a patchwork of silvery olive groves and shimmering wheat fields. Moonbeams traced each row, turning farmland into a tapestry of gently shifting lights and shadows. She paused, letting her gaze linger on the sea again, drawn by that rhythmic horizon. The waves lapped gently against the shore, each crest glinting with moonlit highlights. Occasionally, a star would catch her eye, a tiny flicker against the immense expanse of the cosmos. A stray breeze teased a lock of Helen's hair. She tucked it behind her ear, smiling at the sensation. She felt neither lonely nor afraid in this silent hour. Instead, she felt woven into the very tapestry of the night, as though the moon and stars recognized her presence and welcomed her with warm acceptance. Further along the wall, a single guard stood watch, leaning lazily against a post. He hadn't noticed Helen's soft approach. Though tradition demanded watchfulness, no threat disturbed the peace of this gentle night. The guard's thoughts must have drifted as well, for when Helen passed near, he gave only a slight nod before returning to his quiet musings. Helen paused at a portion of the wall where a wide crenellation allowed a clear view of the coastline. She leaned forward, resting her forearms on the stone, gazing out to where the sea and sky merged on the horizon. The moon's reflection shimmered upon the water in a silver path, almost like a gentle road across the waves. She imagined what it would be like to walk that road of light, drifting toward the heart of the night sky itself. Such thoughts soothed her like a lullaby for her spirit. Time seemed to stretch and dissolve. Helen let her eyes close for a moment, feeling the soft breeze brush across her cheeks, hearing the distant ocean lull her with its steady pulse. Drifting in and out of a half-waking dream, she imagined a story of a night nymph who carried a lantern of moonlight, guiding travelers along safe, shimmering trails across the seas. The nymph's voice was the hush of waves against the shore, beckoning gently, welcoming all who wandered the starlit paths. Helen felt that voice, deep inside her own thoughts, inviting her to remain in the peaceful cradle of the night. Eventually, she opened her eyes to find the sky had shifted. Some of the stars had wheeled overhead, trailing paths that were invisible but sensed. The moon had climbed higher, bathing the walls in its radiant glow. Helen felt a quiet stirring within, a sense that she should return to the shoreline. With measured steps, she descended from the wall, re-entered the silent streets, and found her way toward the sea. The path leading down to the water was lined with small lantern posts, many of which had gone dark. Only here and there did a soft glow flicker, leftover embers from the evening's earlier illumination. The path was well worn, as countless feet had traced it in the day's bustle. But now it belonged solely to Helen, whose footsteps tapped gently on the cobbles. A nightingale's distant melody drifted from a cluster of cypress trees. She paused to listen, letting its lilting notes soothe her. The nightingale's song rose and fell in a gentle lull, as though greeting the moon and all who wandered in the darkness. When the path curved one last time, it spilled onto the sandy shore. Pale grains stretched out in both directions, kissed by gentle waves. The water's edge shimmered, rolling in slender lines of foam that mirrored the moonlit sky. Helen slipped off her sandals, letting her bare feet sink into the cool sand. It yielded beneath her weight, comforting and solid all at once. Each step drew a soft imprint that the ocean breeze began to erase. She strolled along the water's edge, letting the surf lap at her ankles. The water was a mild temperature, neither cold nor warm, but perfectly balanced to soothe her skin. Where the moonlight touched the rippling surface, tiny silver sparks danced, as if reflecting the heavens themselves. A sense of deep serenity enveloped Helen. She stilled her mind to the hush-hush of the waves, breathing in the fresh air that carried hints of salt and seaweed. Shells and pebbles glinted here and there in the sand, and she bent to pick up one that caught her eye, a smooth, translucent stone that glowed softly in the moonlight. Turning it over in her palm, she felt the gentle edges, worn by countless tides over many years. She wondered what stories the stone could tell, how many dawns and moons it had witnessed. With a calm smile, she tucked it into a small pouch at her waist. The longer she wandered, the more dreamlike the shore became. Gentle clouds drifted across the sky, momentarily veiling the moon, casting the beach in softer shades of darkness. Stars appeared in even greater numbers, twinkling in patterns that resembled scattered pearls across a vast velvet tapestry. Occasionally, the night breeze swirled around Helen, bringing with it the soft rustle of palm fronds from a grove behind the dunes. As she walked, she spotted a faint glow farther down the shore, near a rocky outcrop that gently sloped into the sea. Curious, she made her way toward it. In the moonlight, the rocks glimmered with sea moss and small tide pools that reflected the starlight. Approaching, she noticed a cluster of little mushrooms at the foot of the rocks. Their caps emitted a faint luminescence, as though capturing the essence of the moon's glow. Helen knelt down, marveling at this subtle gift of nature. The mushroom's glow reminded her of stories told in hushed voices, of mystical plants blessed by nocturnal deities, thriving in places where starlight kissed the earth. She reached out a tentative hand to feel the gentle softness of one mushroom's cap. It felt cool and slightly damp, pulsing with a fragile energy that belonged wholly to the night. Helen offered a quiet smile, as though thanking these tiny lights for existing, for sharing their gentle glow. Nearby, a narrow path of smooth stone led around the outcrop to a hidden cove. Helen carefully followed its curve, each step guided by the moon's beams. The cove was a small crescent of sand, guarded by low cliffs. Here, the waves were calmer, rolling in softly, their crests hardly higher than a ripple. In the hush, Helen heard a faint echo, as though the cove itself was quietly humming, a gentle resonance harmonizing with the lull of the sea. At the cove's edge stood an ancient olive tree with a gnarled trunk and leaves that shone softly in the moonlight. Legend said that older trees like this one carried the wisdom of centuries, perhaps even blessings from Athena. the goddess who was thought to protect noble hearts and calm minds. Helen walked up to the tree and rested a hand lightly upon its trunk, feeling the quiet life coursing within. The bark was rough but steady, and for a moment she closed her eyes, letting her breath align with the tree's silence. In that moment, it felt as if her thoughts became entwined with the heartbeat of the earth. She sensed the turning of seasons, the gentle push and pull of tides, the silent glow of countless moons. A soft hush settled in her mind, a deeper calm than she'd known before. Opening her eyes, she saw a single, perfectly formed olive blossom drifting down from a branch above. She caught it in her palm and marveled at its tiny petals. Then she set it gently upon the water, watching as it bobbed on a small wave, drifting away under the moon's silver reflection. Time seemed to stretch again, losing all urgency or measure. Helen found a smooth spot on the sand, close to the cove's gentle tide. She sat and let the rhythmic lullaby of the waves fill her ears. Her gaze traveled across the water, noticing how each movement of the sea caught faint glimmers of starlight and moonlight. She thought of the long tapestry of Greek stories, the birth of gods from the sea's foam, the gentle guidance of lunar deities, and the shimmering presence of hidden wonders that only emerge under a quiet sky. Slowly, her eyes grew heavier, lulled by the hush of the shoreline. Perhaps she drifted into a half-slumber, lulled by the night's gentle symphony. In her drowsy state, she felt as though the moon's rays wove a comforting veil around her shoulders. The distant world of day, its concerns, chores, or responsibilities, vanished beneath the soft hush of waves and the glimmer of moonlight on water. When she finally stirred, the moon had begun its descent toward the horizon. The sky took on a subtle gradient of deeper blues, as if hinting that soon the dawn would arrive. Helen rose, brushing the sand gently from her gown. Looking back along the shore, she saw her footprints forming a half-circle along the beach, telling a story of her nighttime wander. A sense of deep contentment filled her, like a secret that the night had entrusted to her alone. She returned around the rocky outcrop, past the softly glowing mushrooms, and back along the moonlit beach. Once more, she let the waves lap at her ankles, a final caress of the sea's timeless lullaby. The hush of the night was no less powerful, but she knew the hour drifted steadily onward. In time, she'd return to the palace gardens, find her bed, and rest in even deeper slumber. Yet the memory of the moonlit cove, the glowing mushrooms, and the ancient olive tree would linger, a gentle lantern of the soul to guide her dreams. Eventually, Helen reached the foot of the path leading back to the city. The faintest lightening of the eastern sky began to outline the rooftops and columns, but the moon still held her place in the heavens, refusing to yield entirely to dawn. Helen looked up, offering a silent thanks for the peace and clarity found under that silver glow. Her breathing was calm, her heart untroubled. She felt as though every gentle wave had washed away any traces of restlessness from her spirit. Walking through the quiet streets, she passed the gated entrance to the palace garden. The guard at the small post was half dozing, but stirred enough to let her through with a respectful nod. She made her way along the labyrinth of hedges, trailing her fingers over the soft leaves as though greeting old friends. She paused at the fountain, the shimmering fish resting now in darker corners of the water. The trickle of the fountain accompanied the hush of the final hours before dawn. Helen continued along the stone paths until she reached a private courtyard. Vines of wisteria and ivy adorned the walls, and a single lantern burned low near the entrance. She opened a tall wooden door leading to a cozy chamber. Inside, the air was still. A small lamp on a table cast a soft glow across the room, revealing plush cushions and a low couch draped with woven blankets. The walls, decorated with faint murals of soft clouds and flowers, added to the sense of warmth. Helen slipped off her shawl and set it aside, feeling the comforting coolness of the night linger on her arms. With slow, graceful movements, she settled onto the couch, propping a cushion behind her back. Her eyes fluttered, heavy with drowsiness. The hush from the garden beyond still drifted in, as did the subtle fragrance of wisteria. For a moment, she thought of the silver path on the ocean, the quiet cove, the luminescent mushrooms, and the ancient olive tree that seemed a silent keeper of wisdom. She closed her eyes, letting all of these images swirl through her mind like a gentle constellation. Breath by breath, she felt herself surrender to rest. The quiet hush of the night moved within her, inviting every part of her body to soften. She felt her thoughts drifting, no longer tethered to any urgent demand, but floating lightly in that realm between wakefulness and sleep. The faint trickle of a nearby fountain and the whisper of garden breezes played like a lullaby in the darkness. Outside, the moon gradually sank toward the horizon, yet its final beams still touched the palace walls, the fountain waters, and the leaves in the garden. Helen, resting upon the couch, let a final sigh escape her lips, a soft sigh of gratitude, comfort, and surrender to deep rest. All around her, the hush of ancient Troy enveloped her in a warm embrace, and her breathing grew slow, steady, and rhythmic. Soon the first hint of dawn would color the sky in gentle pastels, and the city would stir to life. But Helen drifted into slumber long before that moment, carried into dream by the memory of moonlit shores and softly singing tides. Now, dear traveler, let your eyes grow heavy. Let your breath become slower and calmer. Allow the images of moonlit gardens and soft shores to swirl gently in your mind. You have walked through fragrant paths and felt the hush of a starlit sea. You have touched ancient olive trees and watched glowing mushrooms shimmer in secret coves. Let these gentle memories lull you into a deeper rest. There is no hurry, no need to hold on to any thought or concern. Let the rhythm of your breath be like the soft tide, flowing in and out, washing away all traces of tension. Each exhale releases a bit more care, a bit more weight from your mind and body. Feel your muscles unwind from your forehead and cheeks, down through your shoulders and arms, your chest and back, all the way to your legs and feet. Each part of you becomes light, soft, peaceful. As you sink deeper, imagine moonlight gently covering you like a warm, silken blanket, bringing comfort to every cell. Now is your time to rest fully. Like the gentle waves caressing the shore, your breath sustains you without effort. Your thoughts drift like clouds through a night sky, calm and unhurried. You are safe. You are at peace. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well. May the moon's silver glow guide you into the sweetest dreams, and may you awaken with a heart refreshed by the magic of this tranquil night.